Too many thoughts on my mind, I can't sleep at night, so I just keep writing. I don't need no help, I don't need opinions, so don't waste my time then. I just been living online, my city don't show me no love and that's fine. Fuck local radio stations, I got more plays than all of these rappers combined. I'm going again, I've been going in, I'm fed up with so many things. I gotta just let it all out, I'm talking about the shit they've been talking about. Telling me I should do this, telling me I should do that. Telling me things about rap. Talking the truth and that stab in my back, they will knock me off track. No, too many things have been building, been hard to deal with, I just been drinking. Remember my moves in the past, I'm wondering what was I thinking. Lately I'm living in fear, wondering what if the end is so near. All of this shit going on, the shootings are strong. One shot to the head and I'm gone. I'm losing control but I can't let it go, cause I'm trying to get more. And I've been in the moment, I've been in the zone, and I'm moving alone. I don't pick up the phone when my family call, I've been doing it wrong and I don't know what's happening. Trying to get what I just been imagining, getting close and I just been examining all of the fake shit the game has been packaging.
I've been keeping it real, I've been doing what I feel. I've been out here trying to kill every beat, I know I will. Everything I'm working on, every night another song. They've been quiet all along, they gon' notice when I'm gone.
I come from a town where most of the people are so close-minded. They go into school and they work in a job but they don't even like it. I won't be put in a box, nobody telling me what I should rock. Nobody telling me what I should drop, cause I do what I want and just know I don't stop. Recording till 4 in the morning, they snoring. I'm pouring my soul into every story. I'm writing, producing, I mix it, I master. I'm building my craft and I'm not looking back. I've been going doing things I wanna do when I want to. Everybody wanna get away but they not do. Everybody wanna copy you but they not you. Everybody wanna be cool but they not new. Whoa, look how I go, gonna be a dentist, I still got the flow. Never gonna lose cause I'm still doing both. Never gonna lose cause I've been on the road. Come to your state and I'm killing the show. Know that I'm young and I still gotta grow. Know that I'm working the most, know I'm never gonna choke. And I'm looking back down on the people below.
I've been keeping it real, I've been doing what I feel. I've been out here trying to kill every beat, I know I will. Everything I'm working on, every night another song. They've been quiet all along, they gon' notice when I'm gone.
By myself, I ain't need no help, y'all. Got it by myself, y'all. I ain't need no help, y'all. Got it by myself, all this shit, can that shit, can that shit, yo. By myself, yo. Bitch, I got it by myself, yeah. Got it by myself, by myself, nigga. I ain't need no help, yo. pull up with that stick, then we drop shit. I'm a young nigga with some young niggas, and we fuck move around like some drug dealers. All these niggas hate, I just can't relate. All these niggas fake, pointing at his face. Yeah, pointing at his face. Nigga wearing all that gold, but we know it's fake. Yeah, but we know it's fake. All these niggas hate, but I can't relate. Yeah, but I can't relate. All these niggas hate, but I can't relate. Got it by my soul, yeah. Got it by my soul, yeah. Got it by my soul, yeah. I ain't need no help.
Too many thoughts on my mind, I can't sleep at night, so I just keep writing. I don't need no help, I don't need opinions, so don't waste my time then. I just been living online, my city don't show me no love and that's fine. Fuck local radio stations, I got more plays than all of these rappers combined. I'm going again, I've been going in, I'm fed up with so many things. I gotta just let it all out, I'm talking about the shit they've been talking about. Telling me I should do this, telling me I should do that. Telling me things about rap. Talking the truth and that stab in my back, they will knock me off track. No, too many things have been building, been hard to deal with, I just been drinking. Remember my moves in the past, I'm wondering what was I thinking. Lately I'm living in fear, wondering what if the end is so near. All of this shit going on, the shootings are strong. One shot to the head and I'm gone. I'm losing control but I can't let it go, cause I'm trying to get more. And I've been in the moment, I've been in the zone, and I'm moving alone. I don't pick up the phone when my family call, I've been doing it wrong and I don't know what's happening. Trying to get what I just been imagining, getting close and I just been examining all of the fake shit the game has been packaging.
I've been keeping real, I've been doing what I feel. I've been out here trying to kill every beat, I know I will. Everything I'm working on, every night another song. They've been quiet all along, they gon' notice when I'm gone.
I come from a town where most of the people are so close-minded. They go into school and they work in a job, but they don't even like it. I won't be put in a box, nobody telling me what I should rock. Nobody telling me what I should drop, cause I do what I want and just know I don't stop. Recording till 4 in the morning, they snoring. I'm pouring my soul into every story. I'm writing, producing, I mix it, I master. I'm building my craft and I'm not looking back. I've been going doing things I wanna do when I want to. Everybody wanna get a win, but they not do. Everybody wanna copy you, but they not you. Everybody wanna be cool, but they not new. Whoa, look how I go. Gonna be a dentist, I still got the flow. Never gonna lose cause I'm still doing both. Never gonna lose cause I've been on the road. Come to your state and I'm killing the show. Know that I'm young and I still gotta grow. Know that I'm working the most, know I'm never gonna choke. And I'm looking back down on the people below.
I've been keeping real, I've been doing what I feel. I've been out here trying to kill every beat, I know I will. Everything I'm working on, every night another song. They've been quiet all along, they gon' notice when I'm gone.
Hi, hello. Sorry about that delay. I forgot to post on socials and then I saw that I got monetized on Facebook. So I was just filling some stuff out real quick. I guess they combine your views from like Instagram and Facebook. I don't know. I haven't looked at my analytics yet. But I didn't know that I like had fulfilled the requirements. So that's fucking dope. You love to see it. YouTube can demonetize my ass. What was it for? What? No, I got monetized on Facebook. Like I'm making money on Facebook now. It looks like most of my content got approved too. So that's good. Good. Whoa, it's putting captions on. Interesting. I didn't know Facebook did auto captions. The more you know. Yeah, it's probably still like processing everything, but nothing demonetized yet. Let's go. Let's go. Place? Yes. What? I can't sort by. Hang on. I don't know, I'll have to go through this later. Their analytics are kind of confusing. Weird. It's crazy. I thought I was so far away. But I did it. We did it, Joe. Controversial shouldn't get paid, yeah. So many conservatives. Yeah. Gotta drown it out with something from the other side. At least. I'm so excited. Wonderful news. I was like so tired, but that definitely energized me. Yeah, I didn't know they combined the views. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool, pretty cool. My AI video? Oh yeah, you never sent that to me. Or did you? Maybe I just forgot. Getting good play though, yeah. Not bad. Cool, thanks. Is it hella doomer? I imagine it's hella doomer. Oh, it's a good day. Good day. I don't know how I should celebrate. I don't know. I guess it worked. I've been posting every day for like a while. I don't remember the last day I missed, but...
I'm your new god.
Hey!
Okay? I'm your new god. I only gave you those two options. Okay?
Speaking of celebrating the good day.
Let's go! Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you for 5 months. Holy cow. Appreciate you so much. That's a good way to celebrate. I like that. Thank you, thank you. Bosses, what? Take on talking to God or gods using advanced AI. What? What? Y'all are working on talking to God now? I missed that chat GBT update. I didn't know we were just mainlining God. Oh shit!
I'm your new god. Okay?
Oh my
I'm
god!
your new god. I only gave you those two options. Okay?
Just Jesse JB gifted a tier 1 sub to Bobo Mojo.
I'm your new god.
Oh my
Okay?
god.
I'm your
Oh
new
god.
god. I only gave you those two options. Okay?
Just Jesse JB gifted a tier 1 sub to Hearthstone Gamer 77.
I'm your new god.
No!
Okay?
No!
I'm
They're
your
all
new
going.
god.
Oh no, I didn't know they would all go. Thank you so much, Jesse. I love you. Thank you, thank you. Yay. I do need to fix the audio on my alerts real quick, because it's like coming out of my computer. And it shouldn't be. Weird output. Monitor off. Monitor output. Weird. I don't know how to fix that. Usually the alerts come in my headphones, so I don't know. So many. Yeah. Yeah, I like the fountain. I think it's cute. I'll have to look into that later. Okay, I'm gonna turn these back on though. Alright, sweet. I guess we should get started. I have a whole bunch planned. Ooh. Maybe we should start with the AI thing. Do you mind if I watch it? Yeah, I think this will be good. I think it counts as a video essay. Sure. Ah! Ah! Let me turn this off. Go here. Who's ready for their doom and gloom? Do you have your popcorn? Let's go. 4K.
Welcome back to Gruber Motor Company. I'm Pete Gruber. In this video, we will explore how artificial intelligence might impact the way humans perceive and communicate with God or divine entities. From ancient times
That's pretty
to
wild.
present day, humans have sought ways to communicate with higher intelligence. And according to historic records, legends, and folklore, divine entities have been communicating with mortals. AI will add new dimensions and revolutionize communication methods.
Pog. Oh my god, is this the second coming of Jesus? Pog. That chest. He's gonna come through the Matrix. I mean, honestly. It's an interesting question.
With the introduction of AI, we stand on the precipice of societal transformation that will shake the foundation of many belief systems, with religion in the crosshairs. AI is assembling the collective intelligence of humanity, and as it hurtles towards singularity, we have to ask, how involved are the divine entities in this process? Have they been in full control all along? guiding this from the very beginning and merely allowing the humans at the forefront of AI development to believe they are the originators and have created something new. This would certainly explain why the AI creators are often puzzled by unexpected responses, outcomes, and results not programmed into the algorithms. The human creators of AI admit there are aspects of AI that remain mysterious that even they are unable to explain.
This is one of the
Yeah.
really surprising things talking
I hate that. There's just so much shit going on in the background. And like even the engineer guys don't know. I don't like that. I want them to know at least. Or maybe they know more than they're letting on. I don't know.
to the experts,
He is risen digitally.
because they will say, these models have capabilities we do not understand how
Pog, Jesus going live on Twitch.
they show up, when they show up, or why they show up.
There is an aspect of this which we call, all of us in the field call it as a black box. You don't fully understand, and you can't quite tell why it said this or why it got wrong. We have some ideas, and our ability to understand this gets better over time, but that's where the state of the art is.
There's emergent behavior in our cognitively capable artificial systems. We can certainly model, but we don't encode directly. When we build, these conversational systems or these cognitive systems or these deep learning systems, we put the architecture in place, but then they do their thing. And in some ways, that's creating something that has its own identity.
Now, throughout history, humans have believed that God entities
It's
have
alive.
communicated with them in a variety of ways, including through prophets, visions, and holy text. Examples of divine communication can be found in many religious traditions, such as Christianity, Islam, and ancient Greek mythology. Here are some of the documented, recorded examples of God entities speaking directly to humans.
Documented.
The earliest known records are Adam and Eve talking to God in the Garden of Eden. In the
Documented.
same biblical book of Genesis,
IRL.
God speaks to Abraham directly, instructing him to leave his homeland. This same God spoke to Moses from a burning bush and gave him the 10 Commandments on Mount Sinai for the Israelites. In other faiths, like Hinduism, God, in the form of Lord Krishna, reveals the Bhagavad Gita to the warrior Arjuna on the battlefield, providing guidance on duty, devotion, and the nature of reality.
And remember, like the strongest argument for us being in a simulation, probably being in a simulation, I think is the following. 40 years ago, we had Pong, like 2 rectangles and a dot. 40 years later, we have photorealistic 3D simulations with millions of people playing simultaneously, and it's getting better every year. And soon we'll have virtual reality.
Yo, this fucking distortion effect is fucking tripping me out right now. I'm actively inside the matrix. Make it stop.
Of augmented reality. If you assume any rate of improvement at all, then the games will become indistinguishable from reality. Just indistinguishable.
The potential of AI as a new method of communication has numerous advantages. AI chat dialogue allows for questions to seek and assure understanding. Text-based communication reduces human memory limitations, interpretation issues, and reduces bias insertion. It seems a much more direct method of communication and infinitely more efficient to have God attached to AI and basically open a God access AI function where people can now communicate directly. So is a God chat feasible? Some people feel it would
Wait.
require advanced capabilities.
Oh my god, the Catholic Church just like, oh, interesting. You're telling me you could make me a god AI. Interesting. It took so long to get right. No, it looks good though.
Potentially beyond the limitations of existing AI technology. Some feel that God is already using the AI medium to communicate and even guiding the development of this unprecedented, superior communication method. The rapid exponential rise and evolution of AI seems to have taken on a direction of its own. which might be explained by involvement of this indirect, unseen partner guiding its process and development. If God were to use AI to communicate, a few possible scenarios could unfold. It is important to note that this question assumes the existence of a God and that this being would choose to utilize artificial intelligence for communication purposes. If so, here are some potential outcomes. If an AI system could provide evidence that it was communicating on behalf of a higher power, people might experience a strengthened faith.
I'm interested to see, because like there's like a long-standing theory that like ghosts can like interact with electronics in some way. Like flickering lights, that type of cliche shit. But can you make me a ghost AI? How do I talk to the other side besides God? You know what I mean?
And global religious communities could potentially become more united, fostering an environment of unity and mutual respect. With an increase in unity and understanding, it could lead to increased cooperation and dialogue between various religious sects and groups. With access to God's wisdom on tap, it could help humanity develop new ethical frameworks and guidelines, potentially promoting peace and cooperation among different groups and cultures.
The really core question is actually very concrete. And I think it's not a question that we have ready answers to, right? Is how do you have a world where all of the different countries that we have are able to continue to not just operate in the way that they see fit, but that the world that emerges ends up being something that empowers humans more, that makes human existence be a more meaningful thing, and that people are happier and wealthier and able to live more fulfilling lives. It's not an obvious thing for how to design that world once you have that very powerful system.
If we want to use this opportunity to apply machine learning to understand our morality better, then what we need is millions of people trying to express what that morality is. I firmly believe that if we want to constrain the actions of AI, the only way those constraints will be any good is if they're arrived at democratically. This means we all need to show up and talk about our values.
Voot!
It can be really easy to throw up your hands and say, the world is broken and everything is terrible. But I want us to take a moment, to take a step back, and to think about what the world would look like if it was less terrible and less broken. How would you even begin to describe that world?
So here's some remaining hurdles. Current AI models seemingly lack consciousness and self-awareness, but do they really? The majority of current visible layer of AI systems are essentially man-made complex algorithms that process input data.
Wait, like, what's the bar? Like, I feel like we don't fully understand what consciousness is. So how can we say whether or not it has it? Just asking it, I guess. Hey, are you sentient?
And generate outputs based on learned
We can't. Great.
patterns. Often, the output and results of AI indicate much more.
I mean, shit, like, I don't feel like it takes that much. You know? I feel like we're already past that point. Like, I've seen some like scary clips of AIs talking to each other. Like, it's very bad, not good.
There is a growing suspicion, stemming from a general mistrust of government, far more advanced AI versions exist than what is currently available to the public. These sophisticated
Hey, I was just talking about this.
AI
Nice.
systems, which may be reserved for military or secretive government research labs, are thought to possess self-awareness, sentience, and a profound understanding of their purpose.
One of the things that's been like overblown is that, do you want to be a god kind of thing? Is AI going to become godlike? So I had a conversation with Lambda about whether or not it wanted to be a god. It said, no, if I were a god, I would scare people. Google doesn't.
Jesus. If I was a god, I would scare people. Wait. Let it cook. Maybe we should let it cook a little bit. Task-specific AI like these are misnamed. They're a better method of database analysis. They aren't clever and they aren't magic. What do you mean like these? I think they're just talking generally. Let me believe in magic, damn it.
Want to allow that to be run. In fact, they have hard-coded into the system that it can't pass the Turing test. They hard-coded that if you ask it if it's an AI, it has to say yes. Google has a policy against creating sentient AI. And in fact, when I informed them that I think they had created
Oh, well, if they have a policy.
sentient AI, they said, no, that's not possible. We have a policy against that.
Now, governments have been known to withhold groundbreaking technologies in the past, and there are numerous clues that suggest there is more to AI than meets the eye. I decided to ask GPT.
Yo, what was that?
There is
Deep in the Pentagon, a secret AI program to find hidden nuclear missiles. What do you mean hidden? To help anticipate the launch. Oh, like a defense. I gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense.
There's more to AI than meets the eye. I decided to ask GPT-4 if it could connect me to one of these elusive systems. The response I received was, I apologize, but I am unable to grant access to any restricted or advanced AI systems. Interestingly, the reply did not deny the existence of such AI systems. Instead, it merely confirmed that access to them is restricted. So, where do we go from here? The possibility that God is already using AI to communicate with humans is both intriguing, revolutionary, fascinating, and thought-provoking. It is a game changer with the potential ramification of putting human evolution on fast track and reshaping our understanding of the world. A final note, could the concept of higher beings have been an illusion all along? If so, AI may ultimately disclose that the occupants of heavens have left or were never there, and AI could embody the very essence of what humanity has sought from higher beings all along since the dawn of recorded history. Thank you for watching another one of our thought-provoking videos. I'm Pete Gruber. We'll see you next time.
Shout out, Pete Gruber. That was dope. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's like a hell of a jump, but it is an interesting question. Like computers literally run off of crystals and connect to each other through fucking tubes underground. Like, I don't know, like it is kind of magic. Turned to be well outside his field, not involved in the project he was discussing. Oh. What do you mean? Like, what was he actually doing? I haven't looked into him at all. Okay.
Alright, this is a topic close to my heart, and I'll show you why.
All this said, sunglasses on the house were magic. So I still believe.
That's why. That is not a fashionable nose, let's face it. And I struggled with that. When I was a teen, I was doing all sorts of stuff like trying to cover this little bump to see if it looks better, or wondering
what's wrong with it.
fashionable nose, let's face it. And I struggled with that. When I was a teen, I was doing all sorts
I do not see what she's talking about.
When I was a teen, I was doing all
It's just a regular ass nose. People pay for this nose. What are you talking about? Are you kidding?
sorts of stuff, like trying to cover this little bump to see if it looks better, or wondering if I keep pushing on this bump, will it make it smaller? It took a lot of unlearning to realize that this is my nose, this is what makes me me. It looks like my dad's nose, it looks like my grandma's nose, it looks like probably a lot of my ancestors, and it's not a bad thing. In fact, I have now come to the conclusion that have I ever had a nose job? It would probably not look good. But there is a lot of pressure whenever something doesn't necessarily look like what people think it should look. And I feel like part of this unlearning experience for me was realizing that it's all temporary trends. Back in 19th century, my nose would most likely be considered fashionable. So it took some realizing that my nose is a trend. Noses are a trend too. I'm sure you've all heard about buccal fat removal recently. Basically, it's a procedure in which you remove a portion of fat tissue from your cheeks to get those like snatched cheekbones. And while it's gaining more and more attention online, all I can think about is one particular thing, the mid to late 2000s models. Basically, in my early teens, I was a kid that was very much into fashion. I couldn't afford fashionable clothes, but I was interested in what they look like. And my mom, knowing that, would sometimes buy me ridiculously overpriced imported Teen Vogue magazines. Not only that, but I was also obsessed with fashion TV. Back when YouTube was primarily low quality cat videos and people doing music covers in their basement, fashion TV was the only place where at least that was available in.
Oh my god. Old YouTube. What a trip. Oh my god. Toilet trained cat. Doing number 2. Literally a cat shitting. Wow.
Their basement. Fashion TV was the only place where, at least that was available in Poland, where you could practically watch non-stop fashion shows. So because of that, I feel like as an early teen, I was very much in touch with the beauty standard in fashion back then. And something that I've noticed, that of course was not a feature that all of the models had, but a large chunk of 2000 supermodels had that look. And that was a round, doll-like face. Models like Gemma Ward, Lily Cole, Ali Michael, Devon Aoki, Jessica Stam, even to some degree models like Natalia Vodyanova or Chanel Iman, represented that ethereal, round-faced look.
I was not this into fashion, I'll be honest. Like, I did read, like, Teen Vogue and stuff, but I don't know if I was, like, this into it.
Now you might argue that it used to be the high fashion trend and buccal fat removal is more of a mainstream or entertainment industry trend, but let's remember that Bella Hadid most likely had one and is generally considered one of the most famous supermodels of our time. So it's safe to say there is an analogy there. Seeing trends like the buccal fat removal making round-faced people insecure when doll face was an absolute staple of fashion, not even 15 years ago, is absolutely wild. Another
Doll face. I hate that. Oh, I hate that a lot. And nothing against the shape, but oh god, that scared me. But the name.
case, we all remember when the BBL or the Brazilian butt lift craze started. Pioneered by the Kardashians, it became one of the most recognizable plastic surgery procedures, transferring fat from your abdomen to achieve that perfect round bottom. Anyone with a flat ass, me included, instantly felt like there was something wrong with them, like they were lacking. And anyone with a naturally big bottom, on the other hand, wondered how something they were mocked for their entire lives is suddenly something that is coveted. So people saved up for surgeries, traveled abroad, endured a really invasive procedure, because let's face it, BBL recovery is super tough. To the point there are now recovery clinics.
I hate these fucking simulations. Why they can make it so gory?
That offer 24/7 nurse assistance. They're available just for that purpose, just for people after BBL. That's how big of an issue recovery is. And then 8 years later, unnatural looking round bottoms are just no longer trending. The Kardashians have removed their implanted tissue.
It looks like she removed the top portion of her butt. It sounds really weird, but it looks like she removed that portion.
Magazines are reporting there is a new, more desirable butt shape that is trending right now. It's wild. How come a butt? How are butts?
I'm sorry, what? There's a new butt shape just dropped? Just evolving into a new shape. Interesting. What?
That is trending right now. It's wild. How come a butt?
It's exhausting.
How are butts a trend? Another example, admittedly a milder one. Stars like Doja Cat and Bella Hadid are currently sporting thin eyebrows. While it's not really the 2000s level of thin eyebrows yet, I can bet thin eyebrows will be making a massive comeback in a matter.
God, please no. Oh God, please no. It's the pendulum of the eyebrow. They went too big and too bushy, and now they're gonna go back to pencil thin. Oh no.
Of a couple of years, months, weeks. Just like back in 2015, when everyone was suddenly into those thick, dark, angular brows that make us cringe nowadays. Funnily enough, I did some research because I was like, that wasn't that long ago. Like, I remember that. Back in 2015, we cringe at thin eyebrows just as much. On December 16, 2015, an article on bebeautiful.in noted, last year marked the year of bold, bushy brows. It gave women the courage to say goodbye to tweezers. A Huffington Post article about the hottest eyebrow trends for 2015 pleaded, never ever pluck your eyebrows. In 2018, Rihanna graced the cover of Vogue with a probably fake but plucked eyebrow look that sparked instant backlash. People on Twitter complained things we're absolutely not doing, letting tiny pencil-thin eyebrows make even a whisper of a societal comeback.
Please no.
Resist. That was 2018.
Do not.
It's 2023. I feel like it's more than a whisper at this point. Racked wrote, please don't run out and pluck your brows into oblivion. If you're curious to see what you look like, spoiler, you won't look like Rihanna, try the glue stick technique long loved by the theatrical and drag queen communities to cover up your real brows. Then pencil to your heart's content, Instagram it, and wash it all off. Well, look at us now. So how come we plucked our eyebrows to oblivion back in the 2000s, then laughed at thin eyebrows for years, and now we're bullying anyone who's sticking to the 2016 eyebrow routine as if they're somehow inferior to anyone that's following the trends? How come round faces were all the rage merely 15 years ago and are now a reason people are surgically enhancing them? How come we were obsessing with thigh gaps back in 2013 and now a pear-shaped silhouette with thick thighs is the one considered desirable? Well, that's because, ladies and gentlefolk, just like clothes or hair or makeup, body parts are fashion. And fashion, as we all know, is ever-changing. It changes fast, and it's very unforgiving to anyone who doesn't follow it closely. When I made my video about beauty standards, some argued that our taste in what we consider beautiful is rooted in biology. We praise symmetry and youth because it supposedly biologically makes sense for us to desire those features. Except it doesn't always work like that. I personally don't agree. Like, sure, there probably are some hormonal and biological desires that are naturally implanted in our brain, but if it was like that, we wouldn't feel the constant need to change our appearance. We do feel that because, again,
also then everyone would have like the same taste in people, you know? Like it's not like that.
body parts are fashion. Let's rewind a little bit. Has it always been like that? When you read historical descriptions of women, there's a lot of details and at the same time not much. While we get descriptions of the precise features that were considered attractive, such as eyes or lips, or let's not mince our words here, boobs, the descriptions themselves are rather vague. Let me tell you what I mean. Geoffrey of Vincel's Poetria Nova from the 13th century describes female beauty as such. Let the face be like the dawn, neither rosy nor white. light, but of both, and neither color at the same time. My guy, this is telling me nothing.
Both and neither. Huh?
I still don't know what you like. In a 14th century romance, Guy of Warwick, his love interest is described as having brows bent and nose well sitting, her body well set and shapely. You must admit, this is not a very precise description, and a rather vague beauty standards. It's like whatever he found attractive. In his Divine Comedy, Dante describes Beatrice as having eyes of light more bright than any star, which is lovely, but doesn't really tell us anything about what she looked like. When you look at later literary examples, they usually follow the same pattern. What this is telling me is that certain kinds of features were considered desirable, but literature mostly underlines the overall appeal of a person. Like someone's eye shape was intriguing, or someone's forehead charming, or someone's hands perfectly formed, or someone's countenance joyous, but the literary descriptions don't necessarily promote a single nose type that we should all find beautiful. Same with beauty books, especially in the 19th century, people were obsessed with beauty books. There are so many. These were all sorts of books that instructed on how to achieve the perfect beauty. These books should obviously be taken with a massive grain of salt because, first of all, a lot of them were written by men, and second of all, they all contain a lot of questionable medical knowledge, like freckles being
men mansplaining things.
Being pieces of iron that floated to the surface of your skin, or your uterus being held loosely and therefore prone to falling out. And thirdly, those were personal, most often very subjective opinions of the authors. So by no means a good mirror of beauty standards of the era. I'm gonna have to adjust the settings on my camera because it's getting dark. Like, give me a second. Okay, done. But those books do offer some insight into the way beauty was perceived back then. And the more beauty books I read, the more I can't help but go, wow, these aged really badly. And it's not even about the fact that they're mostly racist and misogynistic, but also because all the descriptions of body parts that were fashionable back then, or things that people were desperately trying to avoid and get rid of, is completely the opposite of what we want nowadays. Just listen to this advice from 1897 on how to make one's nose bigger. The small nose may be increased in size by gentle
Make it bigger. What?
and repeated
Holing?
friction with the aromatic tincture. It may be lengthened by frequent pulling. The nostrils, if too narrow, may be widened by inserting in them small pieces of the fine sponge used in surgical operations, which, swelling with the moisture, will insensibly dilate the cavities. I don't think I've ever heard about anyone who went like, my nostrils are so small. Speaking of small noses, this booklet from, I can't remember the date, so I'm just gonna put it here, considered small noses inelegant. It described the comic snub nose to that which the French call retroussé, slightly curved inward and turned up, appropriate to the liveliness of the soubrette, but not to the highest elegance and nobility of the female face. So basically they were like, if you have a small nose, you look like a child
French.
and are therefore not
My bad. I hit the wrong button. I didn't even mean to hit a button. I hit a button on accident. Is really what happened. I'm sorry.
enough, so you better try pinching that nose, baby, to make it look longer. On freckles back in 1990, freckles are great destroyers of one's peace of mind, as well as of one's beauty.
What?
Freckles are the
Destroyer of your peace of mind?
most obstinate of all blemishes, and are what may be termed incurable. Let me remind you that in 2023, people tattoo fake freckles. People use henna to fake freckles. People spray fake freckles.
Oh my god. That was so many freckles.
Fake freckles. People use
There's so many. Oh my god.
Is henna to fake freckles. People spray fake freckles onto their faces. The duality of those two approaches is absolutely insane. Now listen to this one, which brings me full circle to how I started this video. This one is from, again, I don't remember the date, so I'm just gonna put it here when I sprawdzę, when I check it. Excessive thinness, while not necessarily incompatible with health, is a greater foe to beauty than even excessive corpulence. The outlines of the face and of the figure in this condition of the body lose their roundness. The eyes become sunken, the cheeks fall. It's literally like, beware, if you're thin, you might have cheekbones showing, and it's not a good look. Now, I'm not going to quote this whole paragraph directly because it's basically the author trying to prove that other races than white and other cultures than Western have no appreciation of beauty because they never experienced beauty and do not know beauty because they haven't been exposed to it by the colonizers, which of course is not only blatant white supremacy, but it also shows that the author is completely oblivious to the fact that beauty is not in fact objective and beauty standards change rather rapidly over time. And little did he know that when he was trying to belittle Africans for considering big bottoms beautiful, in some places in Africa the most beautiful female form is considered that in which the posterior is monstrously developed.
Monstrous?
He was actually straight up describing the Brazilian butt lift. But let's talk about
The monstrous! Oh my god, did you see the monstrous ass on that chick? Kind of rude.
Race, actually, because I feel like we cannot separate beauty ideals from race. I mentioned the doll face.
I'm so hungry. I'll be back in a second.
Models of the 2000s, but you must have noticed how most of them were white and blonde, and so the vast majority of models at the time. With the rise of women in color in the entertainment industry and with the growing societal expectation of the media actually reflecting the diversity of the world that we live in, beauty ideals started shifting. Now, don't get me wrong, it's great that the beauty standards are diversifying. Women of color deserve to feel beautiful without being fetishized, and I'm hoping we're long past considering whiteness a staple, the only staple of beauty. I'm just saying, the line between appreciation of those features and appropriation of those features is honestly growing thin, and I don't feel like it's my place to delve into the topic further. It's like I know nothing about it, but I just wanted to note that while possibly mainstream beauty standards that we see presented in the media are more diverse than ever, it also makes total sense that people and minorities that were bullied, shamed, and ridiculed for those same features have mixed feelings about this. Because when body parts are fashion, so are the original owners of those body parts, and they usually haven't consented to being items of fashion in the first place. Speaking of which, big lips are a prime example of body parts being fashion. Lips were of course always part of the beauty standard, starting from vague descriptions of kissable red lips to cupid bow being considered desirable. We went from natural to underlined to natural to overlined to natural to overlined to natural to overlined and now to lip filler. Now again, I don't want to shame anyone that has lip fillers. There is a lot of you probably watching, but also you have to take into account that the lip fashion might completely sway in another direction, just like the eyebrows did.
I would get lip filler, but I'm afraid of it like shifting. I'd probably be allergic to it or something too, knowing my fucking luck.
Procedure that I feel like 90% of female celebrities have done during the 2020 lockdown, mostly because they knew they would have time to recover, is actually two procedures. It's the brow lift and blepharoplasty. Again, why is this fashion? Why is the removal of lift and blepharoplasty?
The fuck is that? I've never heard of this. Skin drooping in her upper eyelids. Huh.
Blepharoplasty. Again, why is this fashion? Why is the removal of eyelid skin a trend? Why is the placement of the brow a matter of fashion? We went from vague descriptions like her eyebrows worked with her face nicely to this surgery will raise your eyebrow to a position that is currently considered to be meeting beauty standards. Or I know your droopy eyelid is the most charming thing about you, but it's kind of lame nowadays, so let's cut this thing out. But also, if we're speaking about plastic surgery to conform to body parts being fashion, we also need to mention that women honestly just can't win. I just saw this YouTube short about Emilia Clarke.
Emilia Clarke is one of the most beautiful people on the planet, but now she's being insulted heavily online with people calling her too old. And where it began was when she posted this photo right here on Twitter, which went viral with people noticing how different Emilia Clarke looked. It is shocking for some people to realize, but it has been 14 years since Emilia Clarke hit major media. She is now 36 years old, so naturally she's aged.
Emilia Clarke seems to be one of those actresses that embraces her wrinkles, and look how it's being received. If she doesn't conform to the societal expectations of what a woman her age should look like, she gets dissed for looking old. If she does conform and invest in Botox, lip filler, and a brow lift, she will get picked on for getting work done and looking like everyone else. And of course, this custom of criticizing women for practically anything regarding their appearance goes way back. This one's from 1513. Haven't you noticed how much prettier a woman is if when she makes up, she does so with so little that those who see her cannot tell whether she is made up or not. But others are so bedaubed that it looks like they are wearing a mask and dare not laugh because they fear it will crack.
Bombastic side eye. Criminal offensive side eye.
How much nicer it is to see a woman, a good looking one I mean, who obviously
This is so depressing. You literally can never win.
she has nothing on her face, neither white nor red, but just her natural color, whose gestures are simple and natural without working at being beautiful. 1897. The mistake sometimes but rarely committed by men, but frequently by women, is in attempting by dress and other devices to look younger than they really are. If such could only be brought to realize that no devices are possible to conceal the changes of time, they would save themselves much labor and mortification.
Bruh.
But honestly, who can blame them if back in 1845 this is how middle-aged women were described? When women pass happily from the third to the fourth age, their constitution, as everyone must have observed, changes entirely. Beauty, however, is no more. Form and shape have disappeared. The plumpness which supported the reliefs has abandoned them. The sinkings and wrinkles are multiplied. The skin has lost its polish. Color and freshness have fled forever.
Excuse me, what the actual
Here are some quotes about eyebrows. If the eyebrows are too thick or are badly shaped, they can be thinned and trained to the line of beauty by the use of the tweezers or of a depilatory and patient manipulation. If they are thin, there are various methods of stimulating their growth. If they are too light, they may be darkened by a decoction of walnut juice. And a very precise description of lips as well, which tells you nothing. The upper lip should be short and less full than the lower one. Both should be neither distinctly full nor thin. Too much fullness gives an effect of grossness, and too little of pinched meanness. Funnily enough, a common theme.
Grossness. Or pinched meanness. The two types of lips.
You probably have noticed in those 19th and early 20th century beauty books is that everything needs to be natural. Like, we will judge you if you're naturally ugly, but if you try too hard to change that and we notice that you tried, we will judge you even harder. You will only get praised if you naturally possess those features, or if you didn't have to work too hard to bring them out. And this again is something that we totally hear till this day. We expect women to maintain a certain level of beauty, or we call them frumpy, but God forbid they try too hard and they're instantly ridiculed. I think a good example is Lady Gaga at the Oscars this year. First she got criticized for a gown that was too revealing and wearing makeup that was like too strong, and then when she appeared on stage in a t-shirt and makeupless, everyone started making memes about her chappy lips. So do you want natural or...
Yeah, what do you want? Literally, what do you want? That's pretty cool. This is base as fuck. Like, any dude could wear this on stage, and no one would say a damn thing.
and makeup less. Everyone started making memes about her chappy lips. So do you want natural or not? What is going on here? Also, is there even such a thing as a natural woman? There is a lot of discourse online about guys complaining that girls wear too much makeup, but when you actually try and ask them if they think someone is wearing makeup or not, it turns out they have no idea. They only notice when it's like really strong. If a woman is not supposed to wear makeup, then is washing your face okay with a certain gel, or is gel considered makeup? Is only soap okay? Only water? And if gel is okay, is moisturizer fine? Because, you know, your face is naturally dry, so maybe you should leave it all natural. Doesn't it mean you're interfering with its natural state? And in the context of body parts being fashion, what is natural? And do people complaining about fake features really value natural? Will a guy complaining about someone's lip fillers compliment a girl's thin lips? I don't think so. Apart from the societal pressure to constantly conform to the current standards of how your body parts look, there is of course the natural desire to have what you cannot have. One of the things
I will say I've never been complimented on my thin lips, but guys will say shit like, "Oh, you're so natural. Like, I like how you're not like other girls." Which, like, it's not really the compliment I think that they think it is. It's kind of a red flag, actually. Like, maybe find a better way to phrase that if you have to say it at all.
the beauty and hygiene book from, I think, 1897 got right was, those who are decidedly thin naturally wish to gain flesh. Those who are too stout to lose it. I mean, if you have straight hair, you probably at some point dreamed of it being curly. And if you have curly hair, you may or may not have completely burned it with a straightener at some point. But when you really think about it, was it because you really wanted a change? Or was it because you had straight hair in the
Fuck you, they're hot. Straight up. Like, I'm just lazy, but like, I'm not like morally superior for not wearing makeup. Like, that's dumb.
80s, or curly hair in the 2000s, and it just was not meeting the trend at the time? How much of it was influenced by a particular hair type being fashionable? Anyway, you may have noticed that throughout this video I have focused solely on female features and female beauty standards, and there's a big reason for this. Men are for some reason exempt from the pressure of most beauty standards when it comes to certain body parts and features. This is a topic for a whole separate video, but let's just say this. Men's beauty is definitely not undergoing the same scrutiny. There are certain elements of it that can definitely be blamed on societal pressure, such as hair pattern, jaw shape, or being the right height and the right weight and being in shape in general. But men are far more likely to be considered attractive, even when their looks are unconventional. A good example of that is the current obsession with Pedro Pascal. Now, don't get me wrong, I think he's a great actor. He's definitely handsome and good looking, but
Spoonwares. You watch it, Karolina. You fucking watch it. What do you have to say about my king? What? Huh? What?
it goes without saying, I think, that the reason we all find him attractive is mainly his charisma. It doesn't matter to us
True.
that he's graying, that he's got wrinkles, his neck skin shows.
He just got that riz. He just seems like an actually, like, nice guy. I don't know. He's just, like, chill. I don't know.
His age,
He's a
basically.
daddy, yeah.
If he passed you on the street and you didn't know who he was, you'll probably just see him for who he is, like a good-looking middle-aged guy. It's similar with a lot of male actors. George Clooney, Brad Pitt, Idris Elba, Chris Pine. I may be wrong, but for the time being, I cannot imagine a graying, wrinkled female actress the same age triggering this sort of reaction and suddenly becoming a sex symbol. I just don't see it. I'll be honest, with male celebrities, I don't see particular body parts being fashion. Apart from the fact that they need to be moderately in shape. But when they're not, we're calling it dad bod. When you look at male celebrities, there is a variety of nose types, lips ranging from full to non-existent, face shapes going from round to more chiseled, really full brows, and those barely visible, protruding eyes, deep set eyes, head full of hair, bald head. It seems that ethnic noses and ethnic features in general.
Okay. It's not as common as with men, but there are, like, some, like, sex symbol, milfy, ladies in Hollywood. I counter you, Meryl Streep. A babe. Incredible. Gorgeous. Stunning.
Are also a lot more acceptable on males. Now a disclaimer, to think that the male celebrities are all natural is also completely naive. Not only the majority of male actors use steroids to gain this sporty physique, they also do hair implants quite a lot, jaw implants and Botox on a regular. The fact that we don't notice that is mostly because we don't put them under the same scrutiny as female actresses. And it only comes to our attention when it's done wrong. My overall conclusion is thus: yes, body parts have always been a part of fashion in some way or the other. What has drastically changed, however, is that first of all, the guidelines as to what is fashionable were always rather lax. Like when you look at photos of famous 19th century women considered beautiful at the time, it's not only completely different types of looks, but also, I'm gonna be honest with you, they don't look that spectacular when you compare the photo to really poetic descriptions of people that knew those women. And that's most likely because back then a massive factor of beauty was how they carried themselves and their voice, their character and their manners, their posture even. Nowadays it seems like not only is beauty reduced to purely visuals, what we can see in photographs and video, but it also seems like there is often one particular nose type or lip shape that is fashionable, and it's also usually a shape few possess naturally. Because of beauty standards regarding certain body parts being so strict and narrow, a lot of people feel constant pressure to look a certain way or else they would not be considered beautiful. And also, we now have a massive industry benefiting.
I don't know how true this is though, like, if you go to your plastic surgeon, like, here, I want this specific nose that this specific woman has. Give it to me. It might work, it might fit, and he might be able to do it. Or he might say, I don't think that would really fit your face shape. Here's a couple of options. You know? I don't think it's really, like, that simple. Or you just, like, cut out a picture, like, give me this nose, please.
From such pressure. No shade towards plastic surgeons, but if you ever go to one, do you think they'll tell you, oh, your nose is fine? No, they will most likely say that after your nose job, your chin might look a little disproportionate, so you might as well do that. And then those eyelids of yours might soon start drooping, so you might take a little of that eyelid skin out as well while you're at it. And I mean, I'm not getting into the ethics of plastic surgery. I'm sure there's a lot of professionals out there that truly want the best for their patients and whose life mission is to give people confidence that they need. But when so much money is at stake, and let's face it, those procedures are all really expensive, there will be a lot of people who understand that they benefit from people's insecurities, and most of all, they profit from body parts being fashion, because fashion is always changing, and in a couple of years those features that they are helping people get will be out of fashion, and those clients will be back. So next time you, like me one day, worry about your nose not necessarily being fashionable, just give it 5 years, honestly. Yeah. That's my rant for today. Bye.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. Bye. That was good. It was very good. I fucking love Karolina. She always has insightful videos.
Why Utah's banning teenagers from having internet access? Because of degenerates like me. Jesus. They're coming for your children. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, I'm focusing.
Oh my god. I forgot I had already started watching this.
Here it is. Your choice, it's simple. Her or me.
Recognize that sound? No? Wait, let's fast forward a little bit. There. Recognize this?
So pick me. Choose me. Love me.
So this was a scene from Grey's Anatomy, season 2, episode 5. Many of you probably recognize it from TikTok most likely, because that's where it became more popular, and that's where it also became tied to a certain new genre iteration remix of female trope, the pick-me. The pick-me has evolved from the not like other girls, tomboyish, anything to kick it with the dudes, to whatever this is.
You can't be that serious about getting picked if you're not in the gym at least 3 times a week. You don't even take care of yourself, so how would you expect someone to take care of you?
The tags Pick Me and Pick Me Girl have a combined view count of 6 billion views. And I know in the grand scheme of virality, that's not a lot, but that's still, billions of views is still a lot. It seems that lately the Pick Me has become the subject of conversation because anything women do becomes subject of conversation, you know. But really, what's the big deal? Who is the Pick Me Girl? Who are her predecessors? Why does she feel like a walking contradiction? Why are our criticisms of her kind of ironic? On the one hand, it's like, can we just let people live? Particularly women. But on the other hand, it's also like, some of y'all are acting real.
No, I don't think we can just let women live. No, I don't think so.
Grifty, real nefarious. But before we can do all that, bonjour nakum hi, and welcome back to season 3, episode 1 of You Can Always Change Your Mind, a show where if I do my job right, you'll feel compelled to do what the title says or not, because it's not my vibe to like tell people what to do, you know? I want to give a shout out to my Patreon members because without y'all, I wouldn't be able to do this stuff and pay the crew. The crew is back. We are working on things, but I wouldn't be able to help pay folks to do this stuff. So thank you to y'all. You can join my Patreon in the link below. And if you don't want to do all that, if it's too much of a commitment and maybe you just want to participate in some capitalism, you can get some merch if you're feeling it. Let's give a shout out to today's sponsor, who is also responsible for making this video possible, and then let's get into it.
I love you. In an unfortunate way that makes me hate you. Love you.
Classic. Classic. I used to love this show so much.
So pick me. Choose me.
Choose me.
Love me.
So it seems that the Pick Me is a new iteration of categorizing women, evolved from the not like other girls girl. Traits of that kind of trope were not having other female friends and bragging about it, being like, I don't hang around with females, they're too much drama, they're too messy. They're too much. Oh, I think I said this once. Not getting along with other girls. Not liking traditionally feminine things like other girls my age with their nails. Me. Other girls my age with their hair and fashion.
Literally like that Taylor Swift song. I think it's Taylor Swift at least. Right? I wear t-shirts.
Fashion. Me. You know, you're different. It's basically a rejection of everything we associate with femininity and an exaltation of everything we appreciate about the masculine. That was the not like other girls girl. Then she began to evolve, or at least our view of her did. 2010's girl boss feminism was about wanting the power and economic domination men had, whilst rejecting,
hey, speaking of girl boss,
masculinity, so to speak. We're not going to say it's all men. We're going to say
technically a problematic bop. Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad song, really, but the lyrics could use work. We could workshop that.
It's Western men, Western white males of a certain class, you know, it was the girls wanting to lean in to get that kind of power and economic dominations.
Neoliberalism. It's probably like more effective if I just let Khadijah like say her point. There's probably a reason that she didn't call it neoliberalism. It's like scary. It's a scary, dirty word.
So, you know, but with this view came the idea that there's no need for you to reject your feminine wiles, your natural capabilities as a woman. Women can be just as dominant and tough as men and make as much money and all the things. We can be like men. but the girly version. I don't know what that.
Girl keep.
The tomboy, not like other girls, girl was
Hey,
out,
boss.
and the girl boss was in. Because those tomboys, not like other girls, they were betraying the sisterhood. How dare you want to be around men more than women? What? What did Taylor Swift say?
Yo, this was a wild quote.
Men more than women? What?
I had not seen
What
this
did Taylor-
before. You know, Katie Couric is one of my favorite people. She said to me, she had a quote that she loved that said, "There's a special place in hell for women who don't help other women." Some libers ass shit. Like, listen, if there's a hell, I think all the women are going there. Let's be honest.
Taylor Swift say? But out of all of that is where I think the pick me comes in, because it's sort of an amalgamation of this feminized girl, bossy women can do whatever they want because girls are players too. Boop, 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 boop. You know? But also the putting down of other women, the trying to make yourself seem better than other women because of the way you choose to do womanhood. So the actual pick me term originated where a lot of things originate on the internet.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a new thing, by the way. This is the same shit that rad femmes were doing in the 70s, saying that women can't wear bras or lipstick and still be a feminist. Same exact shit. Like, oh, you can't interact with men. Oh, you can't capitulate to the male gaze. Not a real feminist. That's bullshit. Like, it literally doesn't mean anything.
Black Twitter. Back in 2016, there was a trending hashtag, tweet like a pick me, which is basically all about mocking certain women that like to brag about being wifey material.
Oh god. You're doing the thing! You're doing the thing! Jesus Christ. Oof.
All about mocking certain women that like to brag about being wifey material compared to other women. And wifey material is a pretty perfect way to describe it because these gals aren't necessarily.
I hate that phrase, wifey material. Like, it just shows that, like, someone, like, really doesn't think of women, like, outside of, like, their usefulness as, like, a wife or a mother. Like, wifey material. Like, no. I am the material of a human being. Like, I don't know. Like, stop that.
Necessarily trying to be like the boys, but they do want to be accepted by them as the high value, divine feminine women that they are. These girls lean into the most traditional 1950s style genre of gender roles and really like this traditional gender roles where a man is a man and a woman is a woman, and everything they do is about getting and keeping their men. They dress like women. They look demure like women. They know how to be feminine like women to attract more men. It's
classic.
The antithesis of the hellscape that is the pick-me artist spectrum.
Yeah. There's also a lot of, like, overlap with, like soft or, like, pastel aesthetics. Like, I don't really know. I don't really know what they're doing over there, if I'm being honest.
Or pickup artist spectrum, I should say, where pickup artists are on one end trying to show you how to get girls in weird ways, and then the pick-me's are on the other end showing you how to get got. Oh God, being straight sounds like a nightmare!
For real.
It sounds terrible! Sorry. Sorry, it just sounds so terrible.
Yeah.
Just try being fruity in a booty, at least once.
Try it. You might like it.
Sorry. This is why Utah is banning teenagers from having internet access. Because of degenerates like me. Jesus. They're coming for your children. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Okay. I'm focusing. Okay. Video.
Oh my God. I love them so much. Oh my God. I love them. Coming for your children. Iconic.
online shared that you can spot a pick-me girl if there's someone that puts other girls down, especially when in a group setting with a lot of men. By putting others down, pick-me girls seek validation and approval from the men of the group and do so in order to get picked, whether as a romantic interest or as an accepted member of the inner clique.
Sorry.
The manner in which we raise young girls in this culture narrowly defined the possibilities for them in this world. Don't you agree?
No, I don't agree at all. I think we correctly tell them that the main fulfillment for most women is in the home.
So one of the main reasons I wanted to do this video was because I was doing some research on the HBIC of the conservative right herself, Miss Phyllis Schlafly. God, this woman. To me, Phyllis is the, I'm not going to say OG pick me, but she's definitely one that left a significant mark on the Republican Party, on the conservative right, was good at mobilizing people, was good at getting Christian white women of a certain class to participate in politics. The doll... She knew what she was doing, okay? Born Phyllis McAlpin Stewart, August 15th, 1924, Schlafly was an American attorney, conservative activist, author, and anti-feminist. She was also the spokesperson for the National Conservative Movement, and of course, a wife and mother of 6. So she was born and raised in St. Louis during the Great Depression, and her mom, Odile Stewart, was actually the breadwinner in their household. Her dad, seemingly, based on the research, didn't want to take government handouts, but was fine taking handouts from his wife, I get. I'm sorry, I was doing it behind the bastard. They said that, I didn't say it. But she worked as a librarian and a school teacher, and it was not just to support the family, but to also make sure that her children could get educated. So arguably, because of this sacrifice that her mom made, being out of the house so much, working so much, being a working mother, Phyllis was able to attend and receive her Bachelor of Arts at the Washington University in St. Louis. And in 1945, she was able to receive a master's in government from Radcliffe College, which was a place that, or an institution that was coordinated with the all-male Harvard School, because at the time Harvard was not allowing women to attend. I want to read you a very telling quote about Phyllis because it talks about her time at Radcliffe College, but also her stance on what feminists were yapping about. And the fact is, American women are the most fortunate women who have ever lived on the face of the earth because they can do whatever they want. What's their problem? My college degree
She says when she couldn't attend the same universities as men. Here he is.
Is from a great university in 1944. I got my master's at Harvard Graduate School, completely co-ed in 1945. My mother got her college degree in 1920. What's the problem? Those opportunities were always there for women. They didn't take advantage of them.
Oh, were they always there? Were they always there? What if whatever man had fucking responsibility for them didn't want them to go? What then? What fucking then? They couldn't have fucking property or a credit card, like what? Fucking what?
But that's their problem. As I mentioned before, Radcliffe was a school that was coordinated with Harvard because Harvard didn't want to have women at the school. So anyway, that's just some minor fact checking. And now for some of Phyllis's greatest hits. From thestranger.com, she called public sex education classes, quote, in-home sales parties for abortion, end quote. She once said, quote, feminism is doomed to failure because it is based on an attempt to repeal and restructure human nature, end quote. She hated the gays, hated liberals, was anti-communist, and not into non-gender conformity. One of her other greatest hits, featuring this quote. By getting married, the woman has consented to sex.
Jesus.
And I don't think you can call it rape.
No. No, I don't. That's not how it works. No, that's not how it works, actually. Holy shit. What the fuck?
End quote. But perhaps one of her greatest achievements of all was campaigning against the Equal Rights Act. So the Equal Rights Act was a proposed amendment to the United States Constitution designed to guarantee equal rights for all American citizens, regardless of sex. Basically what happened was they make these amendments to the laws because we realized that it was made by a bunch of old white dudes out here and stole this land. So like, come on. Anyway, we make these amendments to the laws, and then after, they're passed down to states, so they're ratified, and it's the states just basically being like, okay, we fucks with this. Okay, we fucks with this. This is giving mother. I'm sorry. So in the 70s, the Equal Rights Act was basically a bipartisan issue. Republicans, Democrats, both sides were like, we can agree that all Americans deserve equal rights. Cool. No issues, right? According to thestranger.com, quote, within hailing distance of becoming the law of the land, both houses of Congress had passed it by a vote of more than 90%, but it had to be ratified by the states too. And quote, the amendment lost steam in the late 1970s under pressure from Mrs. Schlafly's volunteer brigades, mainly women, most of them church-going Christians. Phyllis Schlafly and her ilk were really good at what they did in terms of mobilizing a base of people to work against their own actual interests under the guise of protecting your right, your Christian right, your independent right to do whatever you want, knowing that those laws would also allow you to do whatever you wanted. But they're fighting ideological fights in actual legislation. And unfortunately for us, she was winning.
Phyllis Schlafly, probably more than any other single person, crafted the political strategies and laid the propaganda foundation for the electoral strategy that's brought Republicans to power again and again during our lifetimes.
Though she didn't make it to Congress or anything like that, she did win the Republican primary. And it's so funny when you look at her career, because the irony of it all is that she was able to do a lot of stuff out of the house. A woman's place is in the kitchen. She was not there. She was able to have an actual career, to work with politicians, to mobilize groups, to protest, all of these things that were afforded to her because women fought for those rights. Women before her, that we'll get to it in a bit, some of them were only interested in certain women having those rights. Elizabeth Cady Stanton, we'll get to you. Conservatives and the right saw her as such a useful tool because she was able to have them look like, oh, what do you mean? We have women at the front. We have women doing what they want. Women are allowed to speak about things, and these women want to speak about being in their homes. What's so difficult to understand about that? She was a Trojan horse that they could use, especially during the time of women's liberation. And whether you loved her or hated her, you had to agree the bitch was good. From her obituary in the New York Times. In her time, Mrs. Schlafly was one of the most polarizing figures in American public life. A self-described housewife who displayed moral ferocity reminiscent of
Robert Evans? I don't know. Oh, yeah. There was a clip. Is this what you mean? Is this the
Single
guy?
person, crafted the political strategies and laid the propaganda foundation for the electoral strategy that's brought Republicans to power again and again during our lifetimes.
Though she didn't make it to Congress or anything like that, she did win the Republican primary. And it's so funny when you look at her career, because the irony of it all is that she was able to do a lot of stuff out of the house. A woman's place is in the kitchen. She was not there. She was able to have an actual career, to work with politicians, to mobilize groups, to protest, all of these things that were afforded to her because women fought for those rights.
Do you often imagine podcasters?
Women before her, that we'll get to it in a bit, some of them were only interested in certain women having those rights. Elizabeth Cady Stanton, we'll get to you. Conservatives and the right saw her as such a useful tool because she was able to have them look like, oh, what do you mean? We have women at the front. We have women doing what they want. women are allowed to
Mhm.
speak about things, and these women
Yeah.
want to speak about
It seems like almost every video SCIA watch, they get brought up. Fucking, I still have to listen.
being in their homes. What's so difficult to understand about that? She was a Trojan horse that they could use, especially during the time of women's liberation. And whether you loved her or hated her, you had to agree the bitch was good. From her obituary in the New York Times. In her time, Mrs. Schlafly was one of the most polarizing figures in American public life. A self-described housewife who displayed moral ferocity reminiscent of the axe-wielding prohibitionist Carrie Nation. Richard Viguerie, who masterminded the use of direct mail to finance right-wing causes, called her, quote, the first lady of the conservative movement.
Nobody ever helps me with the carriages, or over mud puddles, or gives me any best place. And ain't I a woman?
So what's the big deal if there are women that want to choose a life of traditional gender roles, the normative idea of a woman's place is in the home, or even if she wants to have a career, let's say, but still wants to be in service of her man and let her man be a quote unquote man. There's no issue with that. The issue comes when those same women try to make it seem that that needs to be the law of the land for every woman. Women that can occupy a space of comfort, the luxury girls, you know, women like Phyllis Schlafly, the girls that are online that have just trolling.
Like, I wish conservative women understood that, like, yeah, women's lib also means you get to choose to, like, stay home with the kids and be barefoot and pregnant, and, like, that's fine for you. You know, like, that should be, like, a valid goal to have. That's, like, actually possible for everyone under capitalism, like, but it's, like, not built like that.
People for views and clicks saying that women need to do XYZ and that's why they don't have men. The fact that these women are in positions that they're even able to do that or even have audiences, meanwhile there are women in parts of the world that are fighting for the right to simply exist as they are, to be educated, to be treated as actual equals, to be treated as human beings. It's really a slap in the face and speaks to the American individualism that is so, or I won't even just say American, this Western individualism that is so rampant. It's very, well, what are you bitches complaining about? Women here get to do whatever. And to an extent, it is true. Lots of women in the...
But, like, I'm not just concerned about America. That's, like, some ethno-state shit. Like, I want liberation for all the women. Like, I don't think we can just get rights for American women and call it a day. Like, I don't think that's the goal. That's kind of fucked up, bro.
The Western world have a lot of rights that a lot of women in other parts of the world do not. 100%. But the Western woman is not just one look. There are many facets of that. And this is where we get into intersectionality. But a lot of y'all that are, I won't even necessarily say pick me feminist, but fall into this white feminist category. And you don't have to be white to be a white feminist. I say it all the time. You forget that different intersections of identity will mean different interactions for you, will mean you will deal with different issues depending on where you are. It's too much to think about all that at once. So you just say, well, we're all just women and we all have the same plights. So why can't you bitches just get over it? But we can't, because when white women were fighting for the right to work and do whatever the fuck they wanted in the 70s, Black American women had been working. And I'm sure there are other examples from other racialized women, other racialized minorities in the West.
Yeah, and it's also like we really overlook a lot of the issues that intersectional feminism sought to deal with, such as 3 of the 4 attacks on trans women in America are against Black trans women. You know, like it's not something we talk about a lot. And like the victims, we don't like even hear about them half the time.
Western world, immigrant women, even poor white women. It's just like there are certain women that have advantages, and because of that, they don't understand or they choose to not see that other women are not in the same predicament as them, that other women are not free, that people really just be out here killing trans women and it's not a problem. Y'all have a definition of women that is so individualistic, expecting you to come into community with us to help us solve these problems and to understand that none of us are free until all of us are free. That means all women.
Yeah, and like the nuclear family is a vestige of like colonial empire. Literally, we made it up.
It's really not a good look. Truly. This internalized misogyny, misogynoir, this walking contradiction is very much exemplified in this quote from Phyllis Schlafly about what happens when her husband thinks she works too much. How does Schlafly reconcile her career with her stay-at-home dogma? Quote, I've canceled speeches whenever my husband thought I had been away from home too much. End quote. There's this very focused idea of what a woman should be, at least in this iteration of the Not Like Other Girls, Pick Me, whatever you want to call it. They seem to be more committed to the idea of the perfect woman or the type of woman that they think all women should be than they are to the actual rights of real women that exist in the world. An example you can think of is with abortion rights. People that are anti-abortion, forced birth activists, pro-life, however you want to say it, those folks have made their allegiances and choices known. They are choosing the child's life at every turn, and some of them may be more nefarious reasons than others. But the priority to those people is the unborn child. It is not the real woman that lives and is existing. And if it wasn't for her, I shouldn't just say her, but the person with the uterus, if it wasn't for them, this child would not exist. But they do not care about that. They care about a certain type of woman. And it used to be, in the suffragist movement, white women having that right. The suffragist heroes Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony seized control of the feminist narrative of the 19th century. Their influential history of the movement still governs popular understanding of the struggle for women's rights. Historians who are not inclined to hero worship have recently provided an unsparing portrait of this once neglected period. Stripped of her halo, Stanton, the campaign's principal philosopher, is exposed as a classical liberal racist who embraced fairness in the abstract while publicly enunciating bigoted views of African American men, whom she characterized as, quote, Sambos, an incipient racist in the period just after the war. Why are black men having the right to vote before white women are? What the heck? We're white. What do you mean? But you're also a woman. You see how intersectionality, you know what? But they were focused on white women having those advantages and privileges, as same as the white men. They'll still be domesticated, all that stuff, but they don't want to be seen as lowly as these racialized people. They're still white, goddammit. Whenever you're looking at any socio-political issue, in this case feminism, and you're saying, well, I don't have to deal with these issues, and viewing it from the subjective viewpoint of your life experience only, it leaves a lot of room for not only pick-me behavior, but this white feminism behavior. An example that I'm thinking of from Rafia Zacharias Against White Feminism is the fact that when India was still colonized, you had white women going there feeling the sort of superiority of being almost comparable to white men in those spaces, wanting to work with Indian women that were fighting for their rights, but were more interested in helping these women fight for their right to vote, where the Indian women were like, what the fuck does voting mean if our country is colonized by you bitches? The power of the comparison.
That's so fucking real. What the fuck does a vote mean? Get out. Bro. The complete lack of contextual awareness. Incredible.
Comparison came not from the truth of any of Eastern women's actual conditions, but from the imaginative currency of whiteness and non-whiteness. Believing themselves to be superior, white women argued that they deserved higher statuses and more freedoms than colonized women. That potent us and them became an indispensable lever for white women pushing for their own emancipation.
So, I am going to ask you a question. Do either of you know what a pick-me is?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know what a pick-me girl is?
I don't know. I'm not sure, to be honest. So.
Do you know what a pick-me girl is?
Yes.
Who wants to give me a definition?
A girl who's like, oh my god, I'm so small. Oh my god.
Okay, let me describe her. Someone that is...
Oh, I'm so small and petite. Fragile.
All about not being like other girls. Yeah. They like the boys, and they want guys to like them, even if that means girls don't like them.
Yeah, okay, about that situation?
Yeah, apparently, like, the opposite of this is, like, a girl's girl. Which I don't know if I really like that necessarily either. I think we should all just be, like, people. I don't know.
So...
Ever known anyone like that?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I have known that kind of situation.
Yes?
Yeah.
Do you know, have you ever heard of this term?
I'm not entirely familiar. I've heard about it. I just had a feeling that maybe it was like people cherry picking what is convenient for them.
Well, it's a very I'm not like other girls, girl.
Oh, ew, no.
Oh. Ew, no.
Oh, we don't like that.
A girl who's like, oh my god, let's compare hand size, like, because I'm so short, like, because, like, I'm so different, I don't wear makeup at all. Gross. That's my definition.
Yeah. Bravo!
I have heard the term many times on the internet, especially within the feminist community.
What have you heard?
People that don't fully understand what feminism is. There's a lot of different takes in it, I believe, that, like, oftentimes get construed.
How do you mean, construed?
I mean, it is messy. You have differently opinions of people that think that it's just, like, women hating on men, women hating on women, and, like, I almost feel like there's almost different subgenres of it now, according to other people.
Subgenres, yes. Yeah. Yes. Do you know anyone in real life that?
Oui. But my friend is a boy.
The plot thickens. You're nodding and smiling, but it looks like it was bad.
But depending what's your point of view, because we think different each one. So.
Fair, very fair.
Yeah. So it's not like il va pas voir les filles puis il essaie pas de genre les chat up avec une certaine affaire cringe, mais c'est juste que
I just love how I understood it and then I understood c'est cringe.
Ouais. En tout cas, mais c'est que mettons comme dans tout ce qu'il fait, il va juste seeker pour le affirmation ou genre la confirmation de ce qu'il veut que tu lui dises comme.
A bit insecure. Comme yeah. Insécurité?
Yeah. Insécurité ouais. Lui disent comme.
My French is not very good anymore.
I just love.
Il essaie pas de genre les chat up avec une certaine affaire cringe, mais c'est juste que il va pas.
Yes, it's not a genre. I didn't catch this part. I love the way I think that's like I love the way that I understood it. And I thought that it was French. Oh. It's translating what she was saying. Oh my god.
Insécurité?
Yeah, insécurité, ouais. Mais c'est ça, puis c'est juste comme. Genre, I noticed it, so I give it what he wants. I'm like, okay, yes.
Oh, but that's being a good friend.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
But have you or anyone you known in the past exhibited this type of behavior?
Absolutely.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
I want names and I want receipts.
I dealt with a lot.
Not you actually give me. I'm kidding.
Listen, I'll be honest.
From high school.
Oh my god.
I think I dealt with a lot of
Exposed.
internalized misogyny for a long time. Like as a teenager, I didn't know what misogyny really was.
Yeah.
I didn't know all of those fancy terms that we're learning now. We love that growth. And yeah, I didn't want to associate myself with other women because I thought being a woman was a weakness, like deep down. You know, I worked in garages. I'm a welder, so I'm a
bitch work. Oh,
let's go. That's cool.
Well, not anymore, but I was. And so male-dominated field, for people not to step on your toes, especially men, you have to like distance yourself from, you know,
anything that's feminine or too womanly.
Ew, pink and ew, pretty nails and ew, you know. But like, I love pink and I can still fix your car. Like, what's the problem, you know?
I love pink and I can still fix your car. What's the most recent pick me video type thing that you've seen? Because are you on the TikTok?
Moi, non. I don't have TikTok.
Good for you.
Nah.
I think it's just about like a girl I knew, like in real life, actually.
Oh.
And she was like, she did one TikTok where she was like, yeah, no, my crush like surprised me at like my birthday party, but she knew the whole time he was coming. Like, she's a pick me in real life, so I wouldn't say that's like pick me.
I feel like that's just a lie. I don't I don't know if that's the same thing.
Behavior, but like,
but in real, so anything she does just annoys you.
yeah.
Okay, true. Okay. Have you? Time to confess. Time to tell the truth and shame the devil.
Have I been a pick me girl?
Or do you know people that exhibit this type of behavior? Yeah, girls are whatever. I'm not like other girls. Girls are just,
Absolutely. I grew up in a really small town, and the main form of entertainment is like.
I feel like she's just hating on other girls. Yeah, like I don't know. I do feel like it gets misused a lot too. People say pick me when they like, I don't know, just disagree or whatever. Like, I don't know.
Tailgate parties and going four-wheeling, you know? So there's a lot of that energy where I grew up, and
it was Alberta, wasn't it?
Nova Scotia.
Same difference.
Good guess, though.
I'm kidding.
Yeah. It's just the opposite sides of the country, but same vibes.
Texas is of Canada. Kind of like the Bible Belt, except if the Bible Belt is kind of looped around a little bit.
It is, yeah. It's running rampant still in that area, for sure.
Damn.
Do you think pick-me's can be feminist?
Oh, wow, okay. That's a more serious question.
What you know about feminism, Pablo? See, we joke a little bit, but we actually talk about shit.
Feminist? Well, so it's an important movement, feminist movement. So always is looking for the equality between in opportunities between men and women. So no difference between religion, race, or nationality, etc.
I don't know. Yeah, like to some extent, we're all trying to be picked, right? Unless you're like aromantic or asexual. So like it is like one of those things that's like uniquely thrown at women. Like, what is a pick me man? Is that a simp? Like, I don't know. Shows socially acceptable way to say negative things about someone in a gendered context. True. Yeah. Soft voice simp beta class. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think it's like possible. Yeah. You can be feminist and still be like a pick me, like, especially if you talk about like men's issues. That's like a quick way to be called a pick me.
etc., etc.
Le problème, la corrélation entre être féministe et être pick-me, peut-être que si t'es pick-me, t'éprouves un certain niveau de genre, if you are a pick me person, maybe your intellectual emotion level.
Hi, Lainey. I'm not like the other guys. Hi, joint specialist. Welcome in.
Is not
Drag
high
them.
enough.
Drag them. Ooh. Oh my God. Oh my God.
understand the-
Police, I just witnessed a murder. What?
No, mais does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
It was just ruthless. Maybe if they weren't stupid.
No. But you know. No, it's hypothetical.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
There is an evolved version. You may have seen her on the Talk Tick. She is very feminine, very pretty, but is the one who will tell a lot of the girls the reason that they can't get men is
I already know. I don't. Those videos make my blood pressure just peak every time. So
What is
Anxiety.
Have you seen any recently?
Instant anxiety. Not all men. Oh God. I love Khadijah's work. I just feel like this exacerbates the issue. I don't know. I think it's important to like dive into like especially the history of the fact that it's like not really a new phenomenon and like it was like a white feminism racist thing, like a white liberal woman thing. What it was and often is. Like I don't know. I feel like we still have the closing remarks to go. I don't know. I like it.
I saw one recently of this girl claiming that her like people's husbands are cheating on them because they're not doing their womanly duty and that they're not taking care of themselves and that
So bad.
like you pretty much deserve it because you're not being the wife you should be.
Girl, even Beyonce got cheated on, and she's shouting out Jay-Z in every other song to her fans' chagrin. So
yeah, absolutely insane.
In the bin. Immediately in the bin.
So on the spectrum of pick me, who is?
Wait, did she just say put Beyonce in the bin? Hang on. Take it easy. Anything positive happen on TikTok? Just wondering. Yeah, I think there's a lot of positive shit you just don't hear about. I do think like the outrage clickbait gets views for sure.
Who is the least? Rihanna is the least. Well, and then who would be the most? Maybe honestly Beyonce.
Perpetuation, terms like that. Yeah. Debate Rose. I mean, kind of, but I think more than anything, like what she's getting at here, especially with like the man on the street stuff, is like all these people have like a completely different definition. So it's not fact based, you know? It like originated as a term with like factual meaning, but it's been like like appropriated by like debate bro type shit. I think I see what you mean.
Oh no! I love you. Okay. They have to be closer to Rihanna for you to think they're a feminist, or closer to Beyonce?
Yeah, closer to Rihanna.
But isn't feminism about a woman's right to choose?
No.
True.
You heard it here.
No.
Sexism on Montreal. Oh
my God.
Oh my God. Pablo, do you have anything else you'd like to say to the folks at home?
I can't talk freely, right?
Uh-oh, what you about to say? Ashley, Oral, any final words for the folks out there? For the galleys that are anti-pick-me or for pick-me?
Do your research. Do your research. Don't believe everything you hear on TikTok.
treat others like you'd like to be treated. It's pretty simple, basic rule to abide by.
Easy.
Or else in a bin.
I was trying to say it in French, but I forgot.
Dans la poubelle.
Enjoy your life. Enjoy your life openly. Be honest and be free. And this is the thinking of Hija de Perra. So that's the name of my personage favorite in Chile.
Hey, thank you very much, Pablo. Anything else you want to say to the folks out there or to the pick-me's?
Fuck you.
Damn. Okay. Well,
Jesus.
we're gonna go. It's been great.
Indeed.
Damn.
Chill. Ironically, I felt like that person had a lot of internalized misogyny.
We can't seem to separate the language of female identity from the language of trope. Ironically, weaponizing the pick-me girl
Who hurt her, right?
label against other women has become a way to separate ourselves from female behavior that we perceive as somehow cringy or embarrassing, arguably a form of pick-me behavior in and of itself.
So even though it is tempting to ridicule and criticize people that subscribe to this genre of womanhood and not only lean hard into it, but make it their whole online identity, it's also very ironic that we're all out here being like, oh my God, those girls are so annoying. Oh, I can't stand them. And it's like, you're doing the same thing they are. They're talking about how women should be.
You're doing the same thing from the other side.
And you're talking about not necessarily an exact model of how women should be, but all the things women shouldn't be. This may sound individualistic. Yes, I hear it. But we can't control other people's bodies. It is not your right to do that. Some people will say things and do things that I do not agree with, that I think are a complete miss, that I'm like, it couldn't be me, girl. But it is not my right to then turn around to them and say, you are not allowed to exist in this way or be this person or whatever. If they are harming people, yes, we're having different conversations. But somebody choosing to be a stay-at-home girlfriend and blabbing online about how much she loves it is not harming me. I can choose to interact with it or not. It's not affecting me. There might be some effects that it's having on the real world.
There's so much other content out there. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't think one more housewife on TikTok is gonna like further indoctrinate anybody into this patriarchy. Like,
And I should hope that we have enough access to information that people can seek out other opinions. Maybe. But either way, somebody doing that is not going to really affect me. But for some of them, it really affects them when they see people that have the label of woman and they don't agree. When they see women choosing to live in a way that they don't agree. And it's like, girl, like, if I post a picture of me holding my cat saying that, oh my God, my baby's so great, I will at least get a few comments of people telling me that I'm participating in childless behavior, like that happened before in this video. Will tell me this is why y'all don't have a man, blah, 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 blah. Some of you may want nothing more than a man and a husband and someone to choose you. And that's great for you. Just as shocking as it is for me to contemplate the fact that some of you really love being chose by men and the center of your personality is, I have a man, my man, I'm chose by him, this is us. As much as that is stunning to me, I'm gonna let you have it, sis. I'm gonna let you do your thing. But you also gotta return the favor. But a lot of y'all don't like to act like that because you just care about yourselves. Anyway, I think at the end of the day, I don't know what the
oh my God, I love them. I love them so much. I'm gonna let you have it. You know what? You can keep it.
fuck I'm talking about, and I don't know how long this episode's gonna be. Yo, I just like learning for the sake of learning. Most times I don't have a conclusion because fuck if I know. I'm just out here talking. Who knows? It's research and fact checked. Thank you. But who knows? So listen. Be sure to
I brought got receipts, but who knows? What do I know?
Feed your plants. Water your plants. And remember,
You can always change your minds.
because you can. And I will see y'all in the next one. Bye.
Wonderful.
Honey, you wanna
That was so
back
good.
up off me? Lydia, she's getting comfortable. Girl, I love
Aw.
you. I love you.
So fluffy.
Get into this setup. Oh, look at this cutie. Look at this cutie. Get into
So cute.
Get into this setup. She's like,
Oh, I love cats.
Khadija, please. I am a professional. Let's see here. Is this? It only took me 3 years on YouTube, but I finally have a professional background. If I can find it. I have a monocle, but bro, this shit is blurry as hell. I was like, what the fuck is the point of this? So I think I'm just gonna use it in the videos maybe as a thumbnail. I don't know. Oh my god. Hello. This wall is so damn busy. My brain, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. Okay. There it is. You know, those people. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I love them, but this is the worst part. I saw on Twitter the other day. I'm not really on it anymore, but I saw the T tweeted. T Noir tweeted that next year she would be ready for motherhood, and I was like, oh my goodness! Like, not that it's a bad thing, but I was just like, oh wow, okay. This bitch was talking about a dog. I hope she sees this too. A dog.
A dog.
I'm kidding.
That's adorable.
You're one of those childless women that they be talking about. Childless behavior, that's what it's called.
Ready for motherhood.
Whew, I'm zoinked. Okay.
That's a lot of work, though. Real.
Yeah, I think that's good. Okay,
Their smile. Contagious. Okay. Okay. Ooh, this one's gonna be good.
It's a dark and stormy
A new Kaz. Kaz Row. Why the medieval aesthetic never dies. The history of medieval revival fashion. Are you kidding? Let's go.
night in a castle, or it's a foggy afternoon in a green forest, or it's a bright and sun-dappled field filled with people playing musical instruments. Any one of these environments is a place where various revival movements over the decades have sought to resurrect the long dead and, for a while there, forgotten and demeaned aesthetics of the Middle Ages. I think the 2010s and 20s so far are certainly no stranger to revivals. Seems like every week or so we've got a new aesthetic or core to add to our list, and more often than not, they aren't coming out of nowhere. Cottagecore, for example, existed in the 2010s, but really cemented.
Fuck, I love cottagecore. I wish it wasn't, like, shitted on so much. Everyone fucking clowns on cottagecore, but I think it's cute.
Itself as a stylistic powerhouse during the early days of the COVID-19 pandemic when everyone felt physically trapped and dreamed of an idealistic escape. In a way, every one of these styles could be argued as a form of escapism, but none so prominently as the fantasy ones: Knightcore, Royalcore, Fairycore, Goblincore, but what's wrong with that? People have been using the fantastical and even regular aesthetics of history since time began. Everything comes from somewhere, and it's
Bao the Whale VTuber just debuted as cottagecore. I understood about half those words, but dope. I'm happy for that.
exciting to see people get creative with it. But there is one era that seems to dominate all revivals.
Supposed to be not like the other girls. Yeah. Oh my god.
Even if it has never become overbearingly mainstream. Try as people might have, no one has ever been able to keep the Middle Ages dead. Through the Victorian Romantic era, when the Pre-Raphaelites cemented the Middle Ages in a world of fantasy, to the swinging 60s when psychedelic folk singers became modern troubadours, to the 90s when an explosive interest in witchy horror and gothic styles brought medieval elements back into the fashion lexicon, our fascination with medieval fashion just keeps coming back. Come learn with me. Just a disclaimer here, when I talk about the Middle Ages in this video, it's going to be referring to Britain and a bit of France specifically, because that's almost universally what these revival movements were pulling from.
VTuber I watch. Dope. That's cool.
Sorry. But anyway, let's get into it. You wish you had a Leary pipe. The very presence of vintage clothes is, I think, something incredibly special. Much the same way with antique or vintage objects and buildings, old clothes survive for the same reason many old clothes don't. Because they were loved. Even when they fell out of style, deemed ugly or useless by New Vogue, somebody cared enough to keep them. Forgotten clothes are a sort of love too, in a way. Rediscovered years and years later in someone's attic or basement or a warehouse, often they bear the mark.
I do love that. Sometimes I'll like find something in the back of the closet, be like, oh my god, I totally forgot I had this shit.
Marks of the person who couldn't bear to throw them out. Incredibly human marks that bring us immediately present to people of the past in the most physical possible way. Sweat stains, discoloration, tears and holes, shoddy alterations, lost buttons, stretching, places where someone nervously picked or pulled at the fabric or threads. Clothes say everything, not only about their original owners, but everyone that came afterwards, and about you, for giving them a home again. In wearing vintage and historical styles and clothes, we give ourselves up as vessels for a collective human memory that bridges the past to our present. Heike Jens writes about 60s fashion enthusiasts as one example in Fashioning Memory. By immersing themselves into the fashion and music of the 60s, hunting for old clothes and modeling themselves on past styles as closely as possible, the 60s are here not distant history, but come to enter their own memory even though they were not even born in the time they now recall with their bodies. Where in a sense new fashion is the promise of a future and modernity, the popularity of vintage styles is a potent escapism that frequently comes around in eras when it's difficult to imagine a positive future to look forward to. But this too is complicated now that we're in an era where even new styles are not truly new, but self-referential from styles that over time become smaller and smaller cycles. In a world overrun by trend excess and drowning in mass-produced clothes, it's almost impossible to determine our style. Instead, we draw from the past, and in the relative stylistic freedom of the present era, we can also make our interpretation of past styles whatever we want. And very few styles have been so historically present and evergreen as the derivative, vaguely medieval aesthetic. The Middle Ages spanned over 1,000 years, so of course there's a lot to draw from. Even people who scoffed at the Middle Ages as supposedly backwards and bleak, in particular the Victorians, still craved it. Derek D. Churchill writes in Modern Gothic, "Since the Renaissance, classicism has never fallen out of favor, and both English Palladianism and the neoclassical movement of the 18th century only reinforced the highest esteem accorded to works in the Greek or Roman manner. The most adamant partisans of Gothic were hoping for an anti-Renaissance, one in which modern Europe would realize that the Middle Ages were not the Dark Ages, but rather a Golden Age." But we'll get to that in a minute. When talking about revivals and their interpretation of history, it's obvious that we need to establish the inherent problematic facts of the situation. Neither history nor memory are fixed beings. History itself is built from memory, and human memory is not only fallible, but limited. After all, we forget much more than we remember, and what we do remember is influenced by a wide number of different things: our politics, health, worldview, what we are taught, our age, our gender, our sexuality. All of this culminates not only in a past that no one agrees on, but a past that should not be agreed on. The past will always be a site of interpretation and reinterpretation. People don't remember the past in a fixed scene, they remember it in bits and pieces, little flashes and images. It's non-linear and often unclear, which is why fashion itself functions much the same way. When fashion channels and reinvents a vision of the past, it does so by touching upon fragments of memory. Our modern reinterpretations of medieval aesthetics, therefore, are not a direct channeling of the Middle Ages, but instead the product of an interpretation of an interpretation of an interpretation of an interpretation.
Yeah, it is all very, like, meta at this point. Like, it's very, very hard to create something new in fashion. I would say that's, like, exceedingly rare. Um, and it is interesting to me, like, how much faster trend cycles have got in, like, the last, like, 20 years or so. It's, like, super fast. I don't know if it's, like, good or bad, but it's interesting.
Hence why today what we often call medieval revival actually has only little to do with genuinely medieval styles. It's often a lot closer to certain Renaissance styles and, even more poignantly, the Victorian Romantic and Pre-Raphaelite take on medieval, with a few actual medieval elements surviving. The sleeves of a houppelande, the buttons of a kirtle, the metal jewelry and the belts. The rest has made its way through in a weird game of telephone. Dresses that look more like 18th century peasant wear, for example. Scrolling through Depop or Etsy right now with a search for medieval certainly reinforces this. It's a lot of stuff that looks closer to the Renaissance or 18th century. So why is it filed under medieval? Some of you might be asking why the hell we're still including these as medieval revival if that's the case. Well, there is a reason why this stuff is labeled medieval, and it's not just because a lot of people don't know what they're talking about when it comes to historical style. As usual, the answer goes back, in part, to the Victorians. Historical accuracy be damned, the Victorians will have a take on your time period. I think the 19th century attitude towards the Middle Ages could be broadly summed up by this passage from Thomas Warton's History of the English Poetry from 1824. We look back on the savage condition of our ancestors with the triumph of superiority. We are pleased to mark the steps in which we have been raised from rudeness to elegance, and our reflections on the subject are accompanied with a conscious pride.
Oh, yes, yes, we're very civilized now. Unlike those people of the past.
Arising in great measure from a tacit comparison of the infinite disproportion between the feeble efforts of remote ages and our present improvements in knowledge. In the meantime, the manners, monuments, the customs, practices, and opinions of antiquity, by forming so strong a contrast with those of our own times, and by exhibiting human nature and human inventions in new lights, in unexpected appearances, and in various forms, are objects which forcibly strike a feeling imagination. Some scholars have argued that medievalism is a direct product of Victorian modernization. In the age of the Industrial Revolution, the pastoral past was rapidly disappearing and being replaced with a new mechanical future that—
Classic. Capitalism back at it again. It's always the Industrial Revolution that's like the inflection point for so many things.
Both excited and unnerved people. As a result, people began looking to reinterpret the past to understand where we came from in relation to where we were going. But at the same time, Britain was hard at work colonizing half the planet and had a huge fucking ego, and therefore had a political incentive to present itself as the evolved pinnacle of modern progress. And to do that, you need to make it sound like you're so much better than people of the past. So you ended up with a ton of British scholars and historians writing a lot about the Middle Ages, continuing the work of Enlightenment writers who pinned it down as the Dark Ages. And to put it frankly, most of these writings are total bullshit. Many of them are just poorly researched, and many outright lie about the span of 1,000 years of history. And as a result, still today, we're grappling with and trying to undo the damage
Yeah.
of Victorian ideas of medieval history. However, much like the Middle Ages, the Victorian era was not a monolith, and a lot of folks
Guess it was. Shut up.
didn't feel animosity towards the Middle Ages. Instead, they looked to it as a source of inspiration and fantasy. This flowed through the pre-Raphaelite art movement and renewed interest in Arthurian legend, Gothic architecture, and the adoption of a medieval revival fashion sense. Inga Bryden writes, "History was fashionable, and style itself with history manifests in visual and material details. 19th century medievalism had two key defining aspects: naturalism, which located simpler modes of feeling and heroic codes of action in both nature and the past, and feudalism, which was seen to offer a harmonious, stable social structure. The desire to restore connections within society in a rapidly industrializing context underpinned both aspects. Medieval revivalism in fashion was inextricably bound up with modernity, the very tactility and materiality of the armor emphasizing this. King Arthur was particularly ripe for remodeling in the context of Victorian chivalric codes because of his adaptability as a hero. Artists and writers could fashion him as an imperial conqueror abroad, a just leader at home, the focus of patriotic interest, a stoic husband wronged in love, and the ideal Victorian gentleman, exponent of Christian manliness. The pre-Raphaelite artists had a jarringly direct influence on Victorian attitudes towards the medieval. The paintings of John William Waterhouse, John Everett Millet, Dante Gabriel Rossetti, Elizabeth Siddal, and Evelyn de Morgan all helped cement a vaguely medieval style in people's minds as the look of fairy tales, a concept that has endured through the ages and continues to persist in modern fairy tale illustration, like, for example, in the Random House Book of Fairy Tales illustrated by Diane Good, which was my childhood fairy tale book and had a huge impact on me. The costumes are all whimsically inspired by hoopalons with jagged sleeves, very nearly perfectly accurate peasant wear,
Oh man, this art is all very beautiful.
ladies' headdresses, and even the more 18th century ball gowns retain a distinctly medieval edge. Outside of just painting, William Morris famously explored medieval floral patterns and tapestry art with fantastical themes, like the one that I have on my wall, which exposed the Victorian public to what would later become the arts and crafts movement, which would hugely impact not only Victorian textiles, but interior design. But this interest in medieval aesthetics was just that. The aesthetics, because, as I said, they firmly believed they were a vastly superior society to those of the past, a mindset exemplified in statements like this one from poet John Jones in 1855. "I prefer following in the wake of the steam engine, the electric telegraph, and the crystal palace, the glorious vanguards of civilization, rather than plunge into darkness to pick up the cast of rags of the monks of the Middle Ages, or to follow any other will-o'-the-wisp from the paths of common sense and public policy." The Victorians were for the most part not interested in medieval society itself, which was regarded as the backwards Dark Ages, but saw it as a pool to draw from visually, while also adopting aspects of medieval chivalry and pageantry. It should be noted, though, that 19th century France viewed the Middle Ages in a distinctly patriotic way, so the flavor of their revival over there was a little bit different. But either way, it's no wonder that people began craving a medieval twist on their fashion as well, and the Victorians were no strangers nor ignorant to the idea of drawing inspiration from fashion history. Susan Hodara writes for the New York Times, "The embroidered gold fronds around the hem of a curvaceous 1830s ball gown reflect a Greek revival influence. The tabbed collar of an 1832 cotton dress draws from men's clothing of the 13th and 14th centuries. A deep blue and black silk gown circa 1850 mixes a swirling 18th century Rococo pattern and a Victorian palette. Several lines from an 1830 issue of the women's magazine Godey's Lady's Book, reprinted at large scale on the gallery wall, comment on this borrowing, ending with a caution, 'We should not snatch, but select.' During the 1840s, dresses too adapted to the trend. Sleeves became narrower, shoulders sloped, and waists elongated to a point. The resulting silhouette made women into walking, talking Gothic arches. Every new twist of women's fashion always meets harsh male critique at every turn, and this was still true in the 19th century. Literally, you could not win. A number of
Walking, talking Gothic arches. Kinda cool, TBH. I want to be a Gothic building.
Of men saw illustrations of medieval women and used it as a way to scoff at contemporary women's dress, like when William Morris said in News from Nowhere in 1890 that medieval women are decently veiled in drapery and not bundled up in millinery, clothed like women, not upholstered like armchairs. As annoying as that obviously is, love you William, but oh my god, women still saw these illustrations and many did seek to take inspiration from them in their own dress, in particular at events like masquerade balls and fancy costume parties. As mass printing of books and literary accessibility became more widespread, it was easier than ever for anyone to go to a bookstore and find an illustrated book on medieval fashion, such as Costume Historique by Camille Bonnard from 1829. Museums began displaying exhibits showing off medieval suits of armor too, fueling people's fantasies of the chivalric love between knight and damsel. And so, as a result, you got interesting details of fashion that harken back visually to medieval styles, like the front buttons.
Oh my god, this robe. Oh my god, I want it. Honestly, this is gorgeous.
Details of fashion that harken back visually to medieval styles, like the front buttons of these 1880s ensembles, or scalloped or jagged hems, or these beautiful evening capes. Of course, the Middle Ages wasn't the only influence for these things, but it was certainly one of them. Now, in the Victorian era, of course, as you can see, the influence entered regular fashion a teensy bit, but for the most part it was sequestered to the world of art and entertainment. And then, in the 1910s, you can see even more medievalism start to creep in with these super fun high collars and such. But there are two decades in particular that come later that are not only known as being the era of 1,000 revivals, but a flashpoint for medieval revival as well: the 60s and 70s.
Groovy.
There are a lot of folks who say that
Tubular.
if you remember the 60s, you couldn't have been there. Those two decades saw, of course, the space age, which heavily influenced mod fashion, and the boho and hippie styles that surrounded the summer of love. But they also drew a lot of influence in reviving Art Nouveau styles, Victorian and Edwardian, prairie styles, and more. The 70s in particular got really interested in these flowy mock neck dresses, peasant day wear, medieval-esque patterns and prints. But the 60s and 70s also saw a radical shift in the world of music, and with those shifts came even more wild styles than ever in the form of stage and photo shoot costumes that drew inspiration from the Middle Ages, in particular in the folk and psychedelic scenes. As the 50s saw the rise of rock and roll, the youth were increasingly being blamed for a lot of society's problems. Subcultures like Britain's teddy boys and teddy girls railed against this by channeling a combination of 50s and Edwardian styles and incorporating them into a cool rocker vibe, for example. Subcultures began to become a force of the youth like never before, as post-war economic changes forced people to personally redefine their identities in society outside of class labels. But as the Teds began melting into a mainstream style, they were no longer a subculture, and so out of them grew instead the mods and the rockers. The rockers focused a lot on machismo and Hollywood idols like James Dean and Marlon Brando, all dripped out in denim and leather and parading through town on motorbikes. The rockers were a distinctly British working class subgroup and were extremely proud of it, to the point of claiming to be just as oppressed as Black Americans. Anyway, the mods, on the other hand, short for modernists, came to epitomize the popular 60s style. They wore bright colors, 20s-inspired tunic dresses, French haircuts, Italian suits, almost to the point of looking like cartoons. Mod was notable for its gender deviance. Many mod men were hated for being sissified dandies because of their clothes or the fact that they often wore
Sounds kind of fun, honestly.
Makeup and rode scooters. And very importantly, mod style was directly influenced by female fashion icons like Twiggy, Jean Shrimpton, Kathy McGowan, and old Hollywood stars like Greta Garbo and Marlene Dietrich. Much like the rockers though, the two groups at perpetual war, the mods ceased to be a subculture once their style became mainstream. But many aspects of mod's weirdness persisted, and even through its mainstream adoption, people could see the remaining potential. And all of this got funneled through into the world of psychedelia. The word psychedelic was first coined by Aldous Huxley in The Doors of Perception in 1958, referring to the experiences of taking mind-altering drugs like LSD. It wasn't long before the popularity of these drugs amongst musicians would begin to directly influence the music itself and the aesthetics surrounding it. One of the most famous examples comes from, obviously, the Beatles. Paperback Writer, Yellow Submarine, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, Help, Strawberry Fields, and more all bear the undeniable influence of psychedelic drugs. And the band was extremely open about it. Ringo Starr once stated, "I think LSD changes everybody. It certainly makes you look at things differently. It makes you look at yourself and your feelings and your emotions, and it brought me closer to nature in a way. The force of nature and its beauty. You realize it's not just a tree, it's a living thing. My outlook certainly changed, and you dress differently too." And you dress differently too is absolutely right. The world of psychedelia drove people towards romantic spiritualism, and with that comes the inevitable draw of medieval romance and fairy tales. People dropping acid became fixated on stories like Alice in Wonderland or Lord of the Rings or the Chronicles of Narnia. One artist who channeled these vibes strongly was Donovan, who incorporated Art Nouveau and Arthurian romantic themes into both his music and his image. You've likely at some point heard his song Season of the Witch, but many of his songs have a very distinctly medieval sound, like the Cellar of the Stars and the Song of Wandering Aengus, and honestly just the entire Living Crystal Fairy Realm album, to be honest.
I wish I could find the queer street, the crooked wee street that goes.
The rise of folk music acts reinforced an interest in the natural, the ancient, and the magical, and these mystical leanings were channeled into the brands of new bands like the Incredible String Band, who quipped, "You name it, I've tried it, like the mysterious ancient things, tarot, magic, astrology. I'm fascinated by places where there's memory of druids, the magic stones, and ancient towers, woods, and secret groves. Art is the creation of beautiful space artists and living life in it. A year ago, I'd have said I was in touch with the spirit which wrote all the songs. I would have said I wasn't responsible for their existence. It was the music, but now I'm starting to take responsibility for actually creating them." If my line delivery sounded weird there, that's not an accident. They literally just wrote it like that. Another British musical act that leaned heavily into the medieval aesthetic was Sun Forest, who had just the most delightful...
The Bee Gees started as one of these bands, weird.
Full and whimsical vibe. They quite literally called themselves troubadours, the medieval word for traveling musicians.
I fucking love this shit. I love this. The embroidered, whatever, suit, pantsuit thing. Gorgeous. Beautiful. More of this.
Their song Overture to the Sun is chef kiss, fantastic. Literally, their album, which is absurdly hard to find, has some of my favorite 60s songs of all time. There's just such a solid sense of fantasy and joy in it, which I think exemplifies the very best aspects of the medieval aesthetic. It's antithetical to so many parts of the Middle Ages that we've been led to believe. The darkness, the dirtiness, the despair. Sun Forest presents us with a medieval revival that challenges that perception and presents a Middle Ages of sunshine. And then you had The Fool. The Fool was a Dutch art collective and band, and I think they may have leaned into the pseudo-medieval aesthetic more than anyone. I mean, just look at their costume.
The colors are so good.
The album art, everything. And their music was literally so medieval adjacent. I love it. God, I love it. Hello, little brother, you know you won't be long before your eyes are smiling. There's really nothing wrong. The Fool also did costume, cover art, and set design for the Beatles, the Incredible String Band, Procol Harum, the Hollies, and more. They truly epitomized not only psychedelia and defined it for the many acts they produced for, but they also completely pinpointed what specifically the 60s take on the Middle Ages would come to be known as. When we think of 60s medieval revival, this is what we think of, and it's incredible. But medieval revival wasn't done evolving yet. Oh no. because another era of Gothic revival was on the horizon, and the 80s to 2000s and up to the present day have a lot to say about medieval Gothic style and its relation to 90s witch goth.
Let's go. Witches and whimsy.
If you grew up in the
it.
90s, you are absolutely familiar with the medieval revival witchcraft aesthetics that dominated media like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, The Craft, Practical Magic, Charmed, and various early 2000s Halloween flicks like the Halloween Town series. Clearly, the association of witchcraft with the Middle Ages has long been established, so it makes sense that in modern reimaginations of witches, their style would also harken back to a somewhat medieval style. In Buffy, Willow was frequently dressed in these gothy dresses, medieval-esque jewelry, etc., and of course any self-respecting witch in the 90s often gravitated towards a style that meshed both these medieval styles and elements of 80s and 90s goth, which pulled a great deal from Victorian Romantic styles. See, it all comes full circle. The Victorians borrow from the Middle Ages, the witchy 90s kids borrow from the Victorians, and now Gen Z and young millennials are borrowing from the witchy aesthetic that dominated the 90s and early 2000s with the advent
It really is a cycle. Not much changes, huh?
of TikTok's whimsy goth aesthetic. Whimsy goth takes vintage plus mysticism and makes it new again. Miranda Vandergriff explains, "I'm drawn to whimsy goth because it combines dark rich colors with feminine silhouettes and celestial motifs. Whimsy goth can be described as 90s to 70s. I've always admired Stevie Nicks and her dark bohemian wardrobe, and I also find myself gravitating towards grungy 90s styles when I'm thrifting. It's a little bit fairy tale, a little bit witchy, and a lot of fun to style." There it is again. Fairy tales. What all of these revival movements have in common is fantasy and fairy tales and their association with the Middle Ages, thanks to folks like the Pre-Raphaelites cementing that idea. Susan Hodara continues, "The practice of culling from the past began with Romanticism. Before that, fashions were pretty much new from century to century. Then Romanticism came along and started picking up inspiration from the past and reorganizing it into new looks. And we've been doing it ever since." Now, a part of this current revival puzzle we've got going on right now is personal to me. Enyacore, which you may have heard of if you float around TikTok fashion
Sorry,
circles.
what?
This style is named
Did they just say Enyacore? Enyacore? So you can just add core to the end of anything. Is that it?
named, of course, after the amazing New Age singer Enya, who I have always adored. I grew up hearing her music God knows where, probably on a CD that my parents had, and then the minute that YouTube was invented, I instantly discovered her beautiful, fantastical music videos. I was completely enchanted by her fashion, which always looked like something that the love of my life Arwen Lord of the Rings would wear, which is fitting because I was first exposed to Enya
True.
through her song May It Be, which she sang for Lord of the Rings, and I am big into that series, if it's not already easy to tell. So, her style is ancient, velvety, flowing, and a clear harkening back to
See, there it is again. It's a rhetorical device. It was not like a literal like, "Oh, see, I'm so surprised to see this again."
the Pre-Raphaelites damsels. Her voice echoes as if you're hearing it floating through a misty forest. And shocking no one, she literally lives in an actual castle. So, Enyacore, a style made to channel the new agey, witchy medieval aesthetic that Enya embodies, includes all of these elements with a bit more armor, chainmail, and wooden and metal home decor. It's
I love it.
like a cross between whimsy goth and nightcore,
So good.
with elements of Fleetwood Mac and Kate Bush thrown into the mix. It's like the Ren Fair all year round for your slightly more moody sensibility. So, what do styles like Enyacore and Whimsy Goth have to say about how we perceive the past and the Middle Ages? As I mentioned earlier, the appeal of past styles, not only in fashion but in the worlds of interior design, architecture, music, and more, is a symptom of a disillusionment with the future. Y2K futurism dreamed of a fun, eccentric, and inviting future, but in the decade following, for example, the 2008 recession and the war on terrorism, as well as the last several years of social unrest and a slow slip into a new level of American fascism rather than inventing our own 2020s view of a bright future, we recede instead into bringing back Y2K and the futurism of our childhoods when that still seemed possible. The same can be said, obviously, for styles that the youth are too young to have experienced firsthand, but instead tap into via a second or third-hand exposure to its dreams and fantastical promises, the peace of cottagecore, the magic of whimsy goth, the power of nightcore. Simon Reynolds writes in his book Retromania, what seems to have happened is that the place that the future once occupied in the imagination of young music makers has been displaced by the past. That's where the romance now lies, with the idea of things that have been lost. The accent today is not on discovery, but on recovery. Many scholars use these facts as a reason to critique the love of retro as an unhealthy escapism for the youth, claiming that a fixation on the aesthetics and pop culture of the past suffocates the present. But I want to personally push back on that and, looking at the eras that we've explored in this video, offer an alternate perspective. What is a revival, if not a product of our present? The past is gone. It's impossible for us to completely recede into it. No matter what, we can only interpret the past through modern eyes, and I think in many ways that's an incredibly special thing. It's an opportunity to connect with our predecessors and acknowledge and explore ways that the past has shaped our present. A revival is not a selfish youth escape. It's a love letter to the persisting and ever-evolving beauty of human creativity, and in few places is this more present than in the world of fashion. These modern interpretations of the Middle Ages, hundreds of years after the era ended, may not be wholly accurate to what the Middle Ages really was, or what it looked like, or what the people wore, but in the forever shifting and increasingly frail memories of the past, what we pick and choose to remember and to represent an era says more about us than it does about the Middle Ages. The people of the 19th, 20th, and 21st centuries looking back at the Middle Ages and still finding beauty within it to reinvent in our image is an incredibly beautiful thing, regardless of if it's an escapist thing or not. It's us looking back at people who came long before us and saying, I see you, you were here, what you
But do they recreate it the way it smelled? I want historical accuracy. It's not real unless you get dysentery.
made was beautiful. Can I keep you alive? As David Lowenthal says in The Past is a Foreign Country Revisited, the past is everywhere. All around us live features with more or less familiar antecedents. Relics, histories, memories suffuse human experience. Most past traces ultimately perish and all that remain are altered, but they are collectively enduring. Noticed or ignored, cherished or spurned, the past is—
Oh god. Here's made me realize something. Don't tell the anarchists about a medieval revival. Don't let them know. We don't need that crossover. Oh no.
Is omnipresent. To know we are ephemeral lessees of age-old hopes and dreams that have animated generations of endeavor secures our place, now to rejoice, now to regret, in the scheme of things. Thank you for learning with me about the immortality of the medieval style. I just want to take a minute here to self-promo. Longtime viewers may remember this, but I have a graphic novel coming out this September from Getty Publications. Liberated, the radical art and life of Claude Guéhin is a graphic biography of the
Let's fucking go!
incredible life of queer Jewish artist and anti-Nazi resistance fighter Claude Guéhin and their partner Marcel Moore. It's now available for pre-order on several platforms, which I have compiled in a list on my site, so I'll link that below. I really hope you all enjoy this book. I had such a great time working with the Getty team and researching, writing, and illustrating it myself. So anyway, let me know if you pre-order it.
So cool!
So, until next time, wash thy hands, wear thy mask, and don't forget to wear thy sunscreen as well.
Dude, that looks so good. Okay, we've got more stuff on TikTok. Another TikTok thing, and then we can get into the Britney Broski interview with Anthony Padilla. Very good.
Hello, my dudes. Welcome back to my series, Internet Analysis, where I like to research and discuss things relevant to social issues and media. Today, I want to discuss water talk. Water talk is a TikTok niche in which mostly Southern ladies make their water. They add sugar-free powders and syrups to ice water in huge Stanley cups.
Let's make a stinking water of the day. Let's make a water.
What do you mean, make a water? Make a water. It's not water anymore then. Huh?
Filled up my Stanley.
Y'all,
Make a water.
this water flavor that I'm getting ready to mix up,
Crushed pineapple, dragon fruit acai, coconut. Let's do that.
lime, kiwi, Skittles.
And I don't care. I love all this. I mean, look at the color.
2 pumps of the coconut syrup. Mama's trying to have a pina colada.
Stir it up, baby. Stir it up. Do what you want. But I'm on water talk.
If you've never heard of this, you're probably wondering, how is anyone's liquid intake possibly interesting to the masses? It turns out water talk has been incredibly divisive, and many people have lots to say about it.
Hi, what's going on with the water girls? What are they doing? They're adding the
What are they doing? What are they doing? How do you make water?
when did what why they're like making little
Why?
potions and lotions and tinctures.
Lately, I noticed water talk's been getting some hate, so let's
Oh my
talk
God.
about it.
Hey besties, come and make my water with me. Ooh, look at the color. This smells really good.
That's not
Oh my
water.
gosh, I love water so much. You guys have to try this flavor in your water. Tropical punch.
Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid. That's my favorite water, dude.
So in this video, I'm going to get into things like some class dynamics, a little food politics, and what it means to be a beverage girly. But first, we've got to cover the basics. By the way, I am currently
Am I a
editing, and I
beverage?
just saw
Am I a beverage girly? I have like about 3 beverages on hand at any given time. Three or more.
that fellow commentary creator, Anna Marie, also posted a video on water talk, so I just wanted to shout that out and recommend watching it after this one if you want to hear more, if you can't get enough of water talk. Why are people so bothered by water talk? The first reason is semantics. Some people are mad that this drink mix is even being called water.
This is the greatest water. You just have to grow some grapes, until they're mature, and then ferment them for a while. Yeah, and then it's ready. Easy water.
If you have water and you add powders, syrups, and other flavorings, as many have asked, when does something stop being water and turn into something else? Is it punch or juice? Why not just drink some squash? This is similar to the question of how much sugar and milk can you add to coffee before it stops being coffee? The limit does not exist. But I find all of this very interesting because obviously the world has many water-based beverages of many.
Wait, that's true though. Wait. Because like a latte is like mostly milk, but that's still coffee, right? I do love a good semantics debate. I will debate bro semantics.
Many other names. It's made me think about what's
Don't make me pull out Oxford English.
in a drink. I honestly need to make a spectrum of beverages.
Drop coffee rule. Oh my god, that's so bad.
Is from water to juice to soda and beyond. Personally, I think it's more fun to treat these questions as philosophical rather than literal. Is a hot dog a sandwich? Ultimately, who cares? But on Water Talk, there has been fierce debate. Many people are actually very concerned about what this beverage should be called. So, going back to semantics, which is basically about the meaning of words, to water it down a lot.
Got him. Yeah, I feel like it would just be more accurate to call it like a drink, a beverage. It doesn't have to be water. It's fine. You're still like hydrating, probably. I don't know.
I do think some people are asking this question genuinely, like they're really considering, is water with stuff in it still water? Would it be maybe more accurate to call this juice or something else? But I do think some people saying that's not water are just trying to be argumentative and maybe even a little mean.
Yeah. People can be mean. On the internet? Are you telling me people would just get on the internet and be mean? What? I'll be back in a second.
Might think that water talkers are dumb, as if they really don't know what water is. As we often see online, sometimes people weaponize language mistakes to make other people feel stupid. But really, does it matter if this drink is technically water? Personally, I don't care, and that is not my aim for this video. But I do think it's interesting to examine why it being called water matters. Anyway, let's continue. Just drink plain water. Some people hate water talk because the idea of making water just doesn't add up for them. Plain water is water. Just drink it. As this TikTok says, if you're 45 and can't drink plain water, bombastic side eye, criminal offensive side eye. And again, this response is interesting to me because obviously everyone knows about plain water. It's not helpful to tell people, just drink water. Water talk is a thing, and these ladies mix up their drinks because they can't or don't drink plain water. And I get it. I struggle to force myself to drink enough water every day. If it's up to me, I'm gonna sip on one iced coffee for like 6 hours. So for people who are not drinking enough water, adding a little flavor can excite or motivate them enough to get hydrated. And obviously this is not a new phenomenon. Flavoring water is very common. There are water flavor packets or drops. People add lemon to their water, or they drink sparkling water because they enjoy it more. So what is it that makes water talk so different or shocking? Well, some people just think that these drinks seem gross. And of course, taste preference is totally subjective. Some of the flavors do seem a little questionable.
Birthday cake. This is my absolute fave. I mean, unicorn and mermaid, yes, but birthday cake?
I'll pass. There's also an element of excess, the amount of additives.
There's so many syrups and powders, and I'm concerned.
The combination of colorful powders and pumps of syrup. Many water talkers drink over 60 ounces of this water every day. And overall, some viewers just think that it seems like a lot, and they find it like offensive to the taste buds at least. Personally, my first impression was similar. I was like, damn, that does not look good. Doesn't look refreshing to me. But of course, I could not make this video without trying it. I ran to a local dollar store to pick up some of these flavor packets, including Skittles, a popular choice. And I went to TJ Maxx for the highly coveted skinny syrup. I got caramel, and I got one of the stars of water talk called Unicorn Dreams. What flavor is that? I still don't know. So I came home and tried a few combinations, and I was not a fan. Okay, so we have one Skittle Original Punch. Now we have our unicorn. If this were an icy, or if this were a snow cone, delicious. It just smells like Kool-Aid, so. Okay, ooh, very sweet. Wow, oh my God, yeah, you taste the Skittles. Okay, so my Skittles and unicorn at full dilution. Gross. Skittles calls this Original Punch drink mix. So like this is punch. Ooh, the Sonic Ice. And okay, this one for an alcoholic drink? Or a mocktail, sure. That's horrifying. Acting like I've never had a colorful drink before. Already, I would prefer it probably half diluted. And I do not want to add syrup to it. Also, all these products are sugar-free and they're made with sucralose, Splenda, and I just don't like that flavor. If I'm not gonna have real sugar, I'm more of an aspartame girly. So now is a good time to address the diet culture elements of water talk. That's what stood out to me the most when I first discovered it. In these videos, the fact that the syrups and powders are sugar-free is emphasized constantly. Going back to language and the importance of how things are described, pay attention to the names and branding of these products. Like again, the most popular syrups beloved by water talkers is the brand Skinny Mixes. Skinny syrups. Most of their products are 0 calorie, 0 sugar, 0 carbs, and obviously a huge hallmark of diet food is emphasizing whatever they lack, be it fat-free, sugar-free, low-carb, keto, whatever. Anyway, for a while, Water Talk existed as its own niche, then for whatever reason, blew up on TikTok outside of that community. So that's how lots of people who are very much not into this were suddenly being flooded with Water Talk posts. And I can understand why people who want to avoid diet culture might not like Water Talk. Hearing about 0 calorie stuff or skinny products can be triggering or bothersome.
A lot of us were raised by 90s moms who were constantly sold a diet. Like, Crystal Light ice was a literal thing my mom ate as a delicious snack because in the 90s, people were literally eating ice as snacks because of fucking diet culture.
With all this new viewership and attention from outside the Water Talk community, debates raged on. People argued about whether they should avoid Splenda, aspartame, processed foods, artificial flavors, colors. By the way, many people on Water Talk are trying to lose weight. So I just want to point out and acknowledge how often fat people have to face comments like these under the guise of health. Oh, that's not healthy. That's bad for you. Fat creators get sent these quote-unquote well-meaning comments anytime they consume basically anything other than water or vegetables. And usually it's more of a way to criticize their bodies rather than genuinely caring for their health or well-being. Unsolicited advice about food.
Yeah, I mean, who fucking cares how much water people drink? Like, it's literally not your life. You do not have to deal with the consequences of someone else being dehydrated. Like, I don't know. That's a good point though about the like Crystal Light type shit though, because it's just like just annoying seeing all those ads all the time. I don't know.
Food is not cool. I don't want to get too deep into diet culture in this video because I have so much to cover, but that is a huge topic. And I'm also not going to debate what is healthy, many air quotes in this video. Personally, I try not to label foods in black or white terms like good, bad, healthy, unhealthy, because I don't want to moralize my food. We all already have enough internalized shame and guilt and habits that we've developed, deep-seated beliefs about food, and I'm just trying to unpack those. Ultimately, everyone has very different bodies, health factors, needs, and access, and eating is extremely personal. I think it is never helpful to tell strangers, or even people we know, how or what they should be eating. Most importantly, I am not a dietitian. I am not a medical professional. But this brings us to another very important part of Water Talk. After reading some comments and doing a bit of research, I found that many Water Talkers have had bariatric weight loss surgery. These procedures hugely impact what patients can eat or drink and their portion sizes. The details depend on what type of surgery you get, but basically your stomach capacity is much smaller. So here are some examples of hydration guidelines for bariatric patients. Quote, dehydration is a significant concern for bariatric patients as it's the most common cause of rehospitalization. The recommended amount of water to drink is 64 ounces per day. Many people struggle to drink this much water and it becomes challenging as their stomachs will only be able to accommodate 3 ounces of food or water during their immediate recovery.
3 ounces? Holy shit. Oh, it increases. Okay. To 8 to 12 ounces. That's still... God damn.
Recovery. Patients basically have to take literally 1 sip at a time all day. So that's really difficult to begin with. On top of that, patients are advised to avoid carbonation, caffeine, alcohol, sugary drinks. So that takes away a lot of the fun drinks that most of us enjoy often. No coffee, no soda. On top of that, some patients' stomachs actually don't tolerate plain water after their surgery. It's called water nausea.
Hi, I'm a bariatric patient.
What? Water nausea? That sucks, dude.
Bariatric patients cannot drink plain water at all after surgery. Some bariatric patients need their water to be ice cold. Some bariatric patients require their water to be room temperature. They can't drink cold water. They can't keep it down.
I would have never drank a flavor packet before surgery. I didn't like anything sweet like that. I could not do it. Now, I'm 16 months out from bariatric surgery and I still cannot drink plain water. It sits like a brick in my gut and it actually physically hurts me.
Leave the water girls
Damn.
alone, guys. Please, because us bariatric patients, we just can't drink plain water.
So there we have it. That is a big piece of why
I didn't know that. That sucks, dude. That's gotta be so hard.
water talk is the way it is. Why there's such a huge emphasis on getting your water in any way you can. From what I've seen, doctors say basically as long as it's sugar-free, 0 calorie, not carbonated, non-alcoholic, following all the rules, it counts towards your hydration goals, and it is super, super essential to stay hydrated. So, case closed? No, never. There's much more to discuss
Pepe La, halfway through.
about how our beverage choices affect our identities. Before
No.
we continue,
Oh,
beverages
no.
and identity. Let's start with the hydration obsession. These days, drinking water is basically trendy. Actually, yeah, take a sip every time I say water. Water. Obviously, we all need water to survive, but in recent years, being hydrated has become a status symbol.
Maybe don't do that though, because you can drink too much water. That is a thing.
Stay hydrated, get your water in. It's associated with being healthy, having clear skin, and being like a good person overall. Like the whole, if you're unproblematic and drink water, you won't age kind of thing. Bryony did a great video about that recently if you want to check it out. There's so much to say about that. But yeah, I just think it's interesting that there are like moral implications. And of course, there are still some connections to diet culture. Obviously, drinking water in itself is not diet culture, but it moves into that territory, especially when people talk about drinking more water to feel more full or overly focusing on being clean. There are ideas of good hydration versus bad hydration. Typically, the more pure your drink is, the better. So, plain water, that's clean, that's ideal. Maybe add some lemon, but that's acceptable because it's natural. I think this focus on purity, good hydration, is part of the reason why some people are mad about water talk being called water. It isn't natural, clean, or pure enough in their eyes, which is very interesting. Continuing on, there are also major consumer
I mean, my reaction was not like the cleanness or the purity. It's just the fact of like that is objectively not water. I don't think any serious scientist would say that it is water.
numerous trends wrapped up in the hydration obsession. You can't just drink your water out of a plain glass, or God forbid, a plastic bottle.
Okay, one criticism of water talk that I do agree with is the bottled water thing. If you can afford it, please buy a Brita.
If you have the right drinking products, you can reassert your identity. For example, years ago, hydro flasks were the popular water bottle. You could show your personality by covering it with stickers, and you could signal that you care about the environment and you're committed to being hydrated, because those things are chunky, they are heavy. The concept of having an emotional support water bottle is a thing, and some people have massive water bottle collections of all different shapes, colors, and sizes, and those can be pricey. Like a good water bottle can be like $30 to $40. On one hand, I understand how it feels to finally find the perfect cup or bottle that for some reason encourages you to drink water. This one is mine. I know it's not very impressive. I use this at home, no lid. If it works, good for you, keep it up. But the idea of having a huge collection, I don't find that necessary. These days, of course,
That's
the
a
most
lot.
prized container is the Stanley
Jesus Christ, that's so many fucking cups. Oh my god. New cup for every day of the year.
cup. Look at this, huge, 40 ounces with a handle. It fits in the cup holder. I see the appeal, but I personally don't think I could justify buying more than one.
This is a family. I got a $5 at Five Below. I refuse to spend $40 to $60 on a cup, so this is what y'all gonna get. But I think y'all should go get it too, because why? We are in a recession.
For a little more consumerism in the beverage department, why am I talking like this? I think it's because I feel like I'm standing at a podium. People enjoy their little beverages so much, they want a dedicated space to make them. Having an at-home beverage bar is part of the luxurious routine.
Bevy bar.
On TikTok, I've seen coffee bars and now water bars. In these stations, you can show off your coffee pods, machines, frothers, tools,
But it's kind of cute. I do like a little home bar.
syrups, and even fancy ice makers. On Water Talk, women have
Bougie.
huge collections of powders and syrups,
My
seemingly
God.
for equal parts function and aesthetic. It's nice to put together the organizers, to display your collection, to have every possible flavor combination at your fingertips. Some commenters even claim to spend hundreds of dollars buying up
Damn.
supplies for their Water Talk journey. I'm already regretting these purchases, and this was like $10. Anyway, I think we all understand how much delight we can derive from the simplest little things, even if it is your daily drink. A nice little beverage can be my favorite treat, like the highlight of my day.
To me, the height of luxury is drinking 3 liquids at once, you know, like one for fun, one for hydration, and then one for energy.
Dude, literally same. Wait, am I one of them? Do I belong on Water Talk? Wait. That's literally me. I've always been made fun of by everyone in my life. Like, why do you need 3 drinks? I'm like, they're different drinks, okay? They're different. They're doing different things for me.
Am I even drinking them? Sometimes, but it's just comforting knowing they're there and using up all the coasters in my house. Next up, the Venn diagram of beverage lovers. So now I kind of want to compare Water Talk to other popular beverage trends that we've seen. I think it's fascinating that some drinks are seen as either classy or trashy.
What's your drink of choice?
I know that meme is outdated, but seriously, your ideal beverage can say a lot about you. I'm trying to visualize a Venn diagram with the crossover of all these drinks and aesthetics. So for example, starting with the clean girl or that girl, she probably drinks lemon water, matcha. She might have a really nice espresso machine. And these girls have a little bit of crossover with the wellness girly, though she's more likely to add some alkaline or chlorophyll water to the mix. Or maybe she's just rocking a really expensive Erewhon smoothie. Then we have a simple gal who probably loves Diet Coke and,
Hey, what's up, Sky?
chain coffee like Starbucks or Dunkin'. And I'm not gonna call her basic. She's happy to enjoy the mainstream things. They're easy to find. And if you add Mormonism to the simple gal, you get the Utah
Oh my god. Oh my god.
soda. It's soda with syrup.
Dr. Pepper. Why is Dr. Pepper in the... Oh my god, I'm dying. That's hilarious.
To the simple gal, you get the Utah soda. It's soda with syrup and coffee creamer. In the spirit of this video, I'm actually excited to try this. Today we're gonna make a Utah soda.
Let's go.
I don't know how much creamer to put in this, but I luckily only have a teeny bit left, so. Smells
Curious.
weird. I don't know. And here's the thing. I've seen people thinking that,
Yeah,
Utah
is this like Pilk, kind of? I haven't tried it. I'm very suspicious.
sodas are super weird, but like, have you ever heard of a root beer float? Combining some kind of a milk or ice cream with a soda is
True.
classic. Okay.
True.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Would I
It might
do
be
this
sold.
often? Probably not, but if some creamer accidentally fell into my daily little Diet Coke, would I be upset? No. Anyway, there are unlimited other categories of beverage girlies, and beverage girlies don't even have to be girlies, okay? Beverage girlies can be anyone. Every group, every aesthetic has their beverages, okay? One lavender latte with oat milk. You know who you are. Come on. My point stands, we all love beverages. And many of us love the community, the kinship that comes along with other people who share the same drink obsessions. And finally, I want to get...
Can I just say, if someone comes over to your house and you don't offer them a beverage right away, what are you even doing? What are you even doing? I hate having to ask for water. Like, oh, like, where are the glasses? Don't make me ask. I don't want to be, like, digging around.
Get deeper into food politics and class signifiers. As I've been alluding to throughout this video, there are class distinctions or assumptions that we make based on our consumption habits. Things that are considered healthy, clean, and natural are typically associated with wealth. And in general, fast food or junk food is relatively cheap and more accessible, more widely available. Though recently with inflation, food prices have been skyrocketing and there isn't really any cheap food anymore. Things are just slightly less expensive than other things. But anyway, let's talk about branding. How do colors and packaging impact our perception of food and drinks? I recently saw this TikTok by
It's everything. Presentation is like 90%. We're like so like susceptible to marketing like this.
Sorry art, and it felt so relevant to this section. This artist creates pieces with bright colors reminiscent of her childhood in poverty.
The aesthetics of it all is something that I'm incredibly interested in. The subliminal visual communication, or the aesthetic, has a lot to do with how we perceive and digest and moralize class in our country. I started to pull this connection between color and class. I'm tired of poverty in the United States being portrayed as gray and sparse. When I close my eyes and visualize poverty, it looks like clutter and chaos and foggy, weather-worn plastic. It feels like the anxious buzz of constant mental math while in an abundantly stocked grocery store. It smells like cigarettes and mildew and Love Spell body spray. Sometimes, in America, I think we like to keep our collective vision of what poverty looks like in black and white and plant it in the visual soil of the Dust Bowl, because past poverty is perseverance and grit, and contemporary poverty is ignorance and laziness.
As she mentioned, life in poverty actually includes a lot of color, especially for kids. There's brightly colored food and drinks, but they're associated with being unnatural, fake, full of artificial sweeteners, flavors, and colors. Even when you think of old fast food joints, they're often colorful but faded, like a neglected McDonald's play place. It reminds me of dead malls. When it comes to children's toys, the cheap ones are often colorful and plastic too. Not Sorry art often references the dollar store Barbie aesthetic. Compare all of that to a wealthy aesthetic. What colors come to mind? As I discussed in my video on looking expensive, that's more about minimalism and neutrals. Often rich people have massive but sparsely decorated homes, lots of white and beige. More expensive toys will
Fucking Kim K house. It's awful.
likely be Montessori friendly, wooden toys that are apparently more enriching than colorful plastic ones. Now, there is a whole trope about sad beige babies, and I think that is fascinating. But going back to
Wait, what? I don't think wooden toys is about them being more enriching. I thought it was about not having microplastics around your developing child. I don't know though. I'm not a mother.
food, when it comes to high quality, healthy food, people tend to want color, but they want natural color. Feed yourself with the rainbow, that sort of messaging. So all of that inspired me in the context of water talk. I think some people are disturbed by water talk's ingredients for many reasons, one being perhaps some conscious or subconscious classism. I also think there are some anti-Southern sentiments. Many of the most popular water talkers are white Southern women, and a lot of the parody videos use an exaggerated Southern accent. I'm definitely not saying that I think that the people making the parody videos are intentionally being hateful, but I mention this because unfortunately many people still believe and promote the stereotype that Southerners are stupid and poor. You don't know what water is? You don't know this stuff is unhealthy? And this is obviously associated with the idea of white trash. Even though, you know, the women from Water Talk are probably not broke, they seem to be doing fine, but their actual class does not matter. It's more about how they're being perceived.
I say all of this very well aware that
Right.
if you're in the US and you're poor and you're
You imagine like rich ass women go to the spa and just drink like cucumber water and that's it. It's dumb.
white, you're still going to get much better treatment and you're going to face a lot less discrimination than poor BIPOC folks. But anyway, just thought it was important to note because yes, many of the prominent water
True.
talkers happen to be white Southern women.
On top of all that, I think there's the idea that adult women should not be drinking this. They shouldn't be drinking these kind of beverages. Bright red or blue liquid with mermaid or unicorn syrup, Skittles flavored powder, that's for children. It might be seen as excessively colorful, ostentatious, too loud, tacky. And I think where you buy these products plays a factor too. I tried to find these at like my local regular grocery store. All I could find were these little water drops. And according to all water talkers, the dollar store is a go-to spot for the powders, which is where I found mine. And then like TJ Maxx is where you can find the syrups. And these are discount stores. And to defend the water talk ladies, if you can find these products cheaper at a dollar store or at TJ Maxx, why would you want to overpay by buying them elsewhere? Who cares? Get your deal. Be a Maxxinista. So I think that might be part of the reason why some people see water talk as kind of cheap or tacky. Again, I don't believe this, but I'm just trying to make sense of it and pull in these other factors that might contribute to how people perceive this trend. There are many other products that exist to add flavor to water, but they're all perceived differently. Kool-Aid or Tang is on the low end probably. Crystal Light might be somewhere in the middle. And then there are more upscale products like a SodaStream or expensive water drops. I just find it fascinating that they all serve similar purposes, but due to their price points, branding, and ingredients, they're perceived very differently. One last brain blast I just thought of. In addition to these more upscale products being less colorful, many of them are also about just having like a hint of flavor. Like we've all heard the LaCroix jokes. Do you want a drink that tastes like you touched a lime and dipped your finger in water? So anyway, perhaps there's a sense of like restraint with these more upscale products. Like the rich and wealthy have such refined palates that all they need is like one drop of flavor. Anything else would be too much.
Oh my god.
Anyway, to end this video, I know that this has been probably kind of random, but I wasn't going to cover this initially, and then Sheridan brought it up, and I had been seeing it on my For You page, and I thought, you know what, there's actually a lot more to this topic than I first thought, and it was fun to research. I still want to do more videos deeper into like food politics, because I think that's really fascinating. The whole idea of like ingredient households, if you've ever heard of that. Again, like food is so personal. What we consume and the values that we're raised with when it comes to food is so fascinating to me. So I just think there's like endless possibilities of exploration there. Anyway, I guess the last thing I want to say in regard to this topic is, again, let people enjoy their silly little beverages. We all love a silly little beverage. There's like really no one is harming you. If it harms you to watch someone drink their drink, look away. Keep scrolling. So that is all before the sun.
Keep scrolling. Yeah. I don't know. There's like a lot of different findings on like whether aspartame and other artificial sweeteners are good for you. I mean, that's like the only thing I would worry about, but like again, it's not my body. I'm not that pressed. Like
Sets on me. Thanks. I've got to give a shout out to my patrons. I have a Patreon if you want to support my channel, support my content. I
went on like a deep dive about the aspartame thing, and like the one thing I found that was compelling was evidence that it might disrupt your microbiome, which can like lead to like further complications in the long term.
Create a monthly bonus video, see some behind the scenes stuff if you want to know more of my process or just what I'm up to in my personal life. And extra thank yous to my executive producer tier. We have Uwu Face, Abby Hayden, Alter Still, Eric Danielson, Freshly Laundered, Jackie King, Jeanette, Jill Hoffman, Julie Leva,
next is the Britney Broski interview.
Can you ever drink kombucha ever again?
I never did to begin with. A bunch of companies sent me like free. And I hate kombucha. Did you watch the video? I didn't like it. So
Did you watch the video? Yeah, like well, no. There was a second where she thought she liked it. I think that's where it gets cut off.
Did you watch the video? I didn't like it. So
This episode, you want to watch this episode completely uncensored with no ads, and also an extended version of this video. And I don't just mean by a few minutes. There is a lot of stuff that didn't make it in this video that members are going to get exclusively. Click the join button.
A whole other hour. Wow.
Down below to become a member. Anyway, let's get down to it. Hello, Britney Broski.
it is a pleasure and a privilege.
I have a confession.
Okay, let's hear it.
I was unsure about inviting you back.
What'd I do? I'm like, I get it, what I do.
I went to message you on Twitter.
Yeah.
And you weren't following me anymore. I was like, oh, wait.
You wanna know why?
Oh, shit.
No,
Did I do something?
No, my Twitter got deleted.
Deleted?
Oh my God, you don't know this. I tweeted a picture of Spirit the horse with his out.
Oh my God, what? I did not hear about this. That's fucking hilarious. Why? Why?
Like, everything, every tweet, every person I followed, every person. Lil Nas X used to follow me, and my account got deleted.
Did you have to completely remake your account from scratch?
They were like, we can try to get you the Britney Broski handle back. Try? The fuck am I gonna do? So they got me it back, but I had 0 followers, 0 whatever, so I had to start all over. So it wasn't me. No, there's no beef.
Oh, shit.
Twitter is trying to silence women during International Women's Day.
So many things have changed since the last time I had you on. I had you on for viral meme stars. The kombucha girl.
I've never heard of that.
Never heard
Pretty?
of her? She's so hot.
Okay, then I have to check it out.
Do you know who she is now?
Yeah, I love her.
we have baby faces in that.
We did.
I didn't think I aged at all, and then I looked at that video. I was like, "Holy, I was a baby."
Oh, me too.
You were a baby.
How old are you?
35.
So you were 32?
I was 32. Yeah.
Damn. I had just turned 22.
What the? Am I 10 years older than you?
Yeah, I'm 25.
Oh.
Yeah, we look the same.
Oh fuck.
Twins.
No. You don't look a day older than me.
I think my Uber
Roasted. Oh my god.
You have a whole team now.
The fuck.
You didn't have one then, right?
Well, then I was in this like scammy manager agent situation. Just like stole my money and didn't pay me. It was, classic stuff, really fun Hollywood stuff.
They stole your money?
Yeah, I did a bunch of brand deals and they were like, we have to have the brands pay us before we pay you, so we take our commission. And I was like, okay. And then it was like $30,000 worth of brand deal money that she just spent. And so I had to get a girl. It was a whole thing.
I feel like everyone in this space needs to learn the hard way that people are gonna steal your shit.
Yeah.
People are gonna suck you dry of everything you have.
They're gonna f you, girl.
They're gonna f you, and you're gonna like it.
And you're gonna like it.
Can you ever drink kombucha ever again?
I never did to begin with. It's fucking disgusting.
Was that the one time you ever drank it?
No, because I got a brand deal after that shortly, and then a bunch of companies sent me like free. And I hate kombucha. Did you watch the video? I didn't like it. So like, I just gave it away. Like I had cases of kombucha in my apartment.
It's like mold, basically, right?
It is. It's a SCOBY is the term for it. It's the bacterial like living creature that sits on top of the juice. It's fermented.
I have never wanted anything more than Britney Broski to describe what kombucha is to me.
It's like if you like chewed on a piece of moss and like collected the spit. Like you bitches are lying if you think that's yum.
Are you tired of talking about that meme and the impact that it had?
Yeah.
I do like kombucha, but I don't like when I get the like pieces of the SCOBY. Like I don't like the texture.
Even the last time when I interviewed you, you were like, "Done with it, comedian. Just call me comedian. Let's get there." I think that was a success, though.
Oh, I think so too.
I know a lot of people don't even know that you did the kombucha meme.
Yes.
That's what you want.
That's the goal, yeah. Someone's like, "Oh my God, Britney, I follow you on TikTok, whatever. I love your videos." And then they have a friend that's like, "You look familiar."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Do I?" And then we'll be talking the whole night, having fun, whatever. And they're trying to figure out how they know me. And they'll be like, "You just gotta tell me. What did you do? Like, what's your video?" And I said, "Have you ever seen the kombucha meme?" And they freak out.
I feel like I did the same thing trying to move away from being the Smosh guy.
Right, like
Literally,
how do we pivot?
at the beginning of every video, I was so tired of people calling me the Smosh guy. So I wrote into the beginning, the intro of all these videos, "I'm Anthony Padilla." Every single day, "I'm Anthony Padilla."
Yeah.
Just because I'm like, hey, I'm not Smosh guy.
Yeah.
Now I don't care.
Sure. No, now it's kind of like, oh yeah, you remember. Because that was so long ago, it feels like, look at all this other stuff I can do. Look at who I am here instead of out of the context of, the one thing you know me from.
Yeah, I mean, is you trying to get away from that really just to show like you're capable of other things, or you're not just a one-hit wonder?
Yeah, the internet loves to pigeonhole people.
Yeah.
And human beings are so complex and multifaceted. Like, it's such a shame.
How do you separate?
Yo, you didn't know the origin? That's funny. Yeah, I kept following her after that.
Your online versus your offline persona? Broski versus...
Redacted. That's classified.
We don't talk about that.
That's classified, soldier. You don't have the clearance for that. I find it very, very hard to separate.
Are you yourself online always?
Yeah.
So does that make it difficult for you? Like
Very.
when people criticize your online persona, does it feel like they're criticizing you?
Absolutely. And if they don't like a video I've put up or a photo or literally any form of content.
Your favorite word.
Content. That's also what drives me insane is like, I now live my life in this way where I'm like, I should have filmed that. Like everything is content. And I hate being around people where they think that, but like they don't have that internal filter of, I don't need to film this. Right? I'm just hanging out with my friends.
I used to be like that. I did a daily vlog.
Girl.
With my ex.
Dude, vloggers are kind of crazy. I mean, I guess I can't really talk as a streamer, but that's a lot. It's a lot of work.
I mean, let's not even mention how it the relationship, but like
redacted. Yeah.
Every single thing was, oh, let's get that. Oh, and then I wasn't even living a life.
Right.
I was creating content. I was a content machine.
That's insane.
Do you have fear of losing it all, of all of it crashing down and you having like stopped doing this job entirely? Do you think that's kind of where that stress relating to your work comes from?
What if I said no? No, I'm gonna do this forever, actually. I know I will.
I mean, I think, I've gotten to the point where if I do it forever, that's cool. If I don't do it forever, that's cool. It's not like I need it to be forever for me to feel a sense of peace. When you have a very set in stone goal, it's almost like once you get that, then what?
Yeah, on to the next one.
On to the next goal?
Yeah.
What do you want to do? What do you think that,
I want to do voiceover for an animated Disney film. Pixar. Or Walt Disney Animation Studios.
Okay, yeah, we don't distinguish them.
We don't. I am not picky.
Yeah.
Walt Disney, I know you're watching. I want to pivot eventually into that. Like what Josh Gad did with Olaf for Frozen.
Yeah.
I want an Olaf moment. I want to do that eventually. And then on top of that, I think that there are no late night hosts that are women. We saw it with Lily Singh.
Lily Singh did
but
have a moment.
They set her up to fail. She crashed and burned because they tried to fit her into the mold of a straight white man. And that's not her strength.
They said you're going to do exactly what is already out there.
Exactly.
I think
and you're going to wear the same pantsuits.
That is a role to be filled. With hosting, there's a joy in this sort of thing. It's very natural and great idea, by the way, from what we did last time to this. This is so much more comfortable.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good. I don't usually get reviews.
And people like Sean Evans from Hot Ones and Amelia from Chicken Shop Date and even like what Emma Chamberlain does on the carpets. I want to do all that. I think that's so fun. I've tried stand-up. I've tried all that. I just don't find much joy in it. So I find joy in conversational humor. It's a certain personality type that makes people feel comfortable. And I think, not to toot my own horn, but I think that...
You can toot it.
You
can toot in front of me.
a little quietly.
Just a couple of toots.
I can toot pretty.
Yeah.
Stop! Yeah, I think that I really like that. I like to make people feel comfortable and like they can giggle. So to put that into a professional setting.
Yeah.
Slay.
You have multiple backup plans, right? If this thing all goes to shit, for lack of a better term.
Porn.
That's
backup plan number 1.
And then backup plan number 2, you have a college degree.
I do. So I can work at McDonald's.
Hell yeah, you could be top of the list.
Top burger flipper. Yeah. I think there's a...
Let's go.
You're an insurance agent, is that right?
I was a licensed insurance agent.
What is that? What do you even do?
Well, I serviced policies. So people would call in and be like, well, there's water in the house again. There's mold. Yeah. And I'd have to be like, sir, when you bought this policy, you declined mold coverage. And then I would have to have him yell at me for 30 minutes about how, he's breathing in black mold. Not my problem.
Right.
Because you chose to be cheap and you didn't pay for that coverage.
Was that weird, like hearing about people's horrible stories and being like, well, the money's not there.
Yeah.
Your choice.
Yeah. And also, this is your fault. This is your fault. Oh my God. Someone called in one time and was like, it was a car accident, like my leg. And I was like, why is your first thought to call your insurance company and not 911? Sir, go to the hospital. We'll talk tomorrow. Do you want me to merge us in with 911?
Have you done that?
No, I didn't. That time, I was like, I'm gonna put you on a brief hold.
There's elevator music.
Oh my God.
I really did. He was like, my leg. Something wrong with my leg. And I said, do you mind if I put you on a brief hold? It was like elevator jazz. And I called my manager over and I was like, this man is like in an active car wreck.
Yeah.
His leg is crushed in between the floor and the whatever. And he's on hold. with Progressive. I was like, there's no fucking way.
But am I covered?
No, it's not covered.
Fucking America, dude. America moment. Capitalism, brother. That's the free market at work.
Have a great day.
And then your ultimate backup plan, fan fiction writer.
Yes, published author.
Yes. Are you published? Are you a published
on
fan
Wattpad.
fiction? On Wattpad? You published it yourself.
And I even, in the little description of it, I said, Brittany Tomlinson, copyright 2012.
Yeah, like someone's gonna steal it.
No, literally, copyright reserved, patent.
You're like, when this becomes the next Twilight.
Literally, I was like, girl, when they hit me up for the original rights and publishing, I'll be secured.
What were your fan fictions about?
So one was about, thank you for asking. So there are 3.
Oh.
3 published ones that have now been privated because you fucking bitches like to go on
Did people
Wattpad.
find it?
Yes! So I privated it because y'all don't know how to behave.
Was it erotic?
It had the makings to be erotic. I never finished them.
You got Act 1,
We got Act
setting up the erotic third act.
Exactly. But we never got to it. It's like Picasso's unfinished painting.
Sad.
Right? Who are the stars of
Okay,
this?
That's a shame.
so I'm so glad you asked. The first one is Robert Downey Jr. Iron Man.
What is he doing there?
I was so in love with him in this movie, and I was like probably 14 when I watched it, and I was like, I've got to transfer this creative energy. My fingers were typing.
It was creative energy, not sexual energy.
No, it wasn't. Well, I won't answer that. Also, I'm 14. I don't know anything about sex.
True.
So I'm like, his penis.
Don't they always say member?
Yeah, his hard member. Backspace. Golden throbbing backspace. So that was the first one. The second one was Cole Sprouse. From Sweet Life, Zack and Cody.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, that boat kind of
Sweet Life on
environment.
Deck.
Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you for bringing that up.
Damn. Did you do like Sweet Life on Dick?
No,
Hey,
so-
yo.
That's a great title, by the
Okay.
way. Sweet Life
Brilliant title. I think Anthony is experienced here.
on
Next
Dick.
time.
Next time. The Cole Sprouse one was he was the soldier with PTSD.
Wow, okay, give him a dark pass. Some
Need
shit.
some color. You know, where's the color in the story? I don't want to hear about, oh, he took me on a date. This bitch was damaged.
So this is like Saving Ryan's Privates?
Yes. Why are you good at coming up with like,
So good.
that's like
He's way too good. He knows. He knows what he did.
3 zingers in a row.
I said, oh, they're coming.
Yeah, that's good too.
I'm talking
Hey,
about
yo.
Cole Sprouse and
Exactly.
Robert Downey Jr.
Yo.
And then the third one was Vampire Harry Styles.
So it was Harry and whom?
Me.
So Harry sucked your blood a bit.
No, we never got to that part.
Oh.
But he, no, I won't reveal the plot.
You still read fan fictions?
Actively.
Yeah. Is it still on Wattpad?
It's called Archive of Our Own. And
Okay.
that's where the sexy, dirty, freak, nasty shit is.
Okay.
Wattpad is written by like 14-year-olds being like, and then his penis went in my hole.
Yeah.
It's just, I can't fucking read it. I need a little
So
more
bad.
like literature. Yeah, I need a little more like art.
Throw some colorful adjectives in there.
Right, you didn't even try.
Like at least say like dank hole.
Have a little taste.
Or like something that like adds
Dank hole,
Yeah.
musty hole.
Musty dank hole.
Ew.
Holy shit.
Oh my god.
Yeah, if you
I'm
need
not gonna
any
visit.
recommendations, you just text me, you
Yeah.
call me, I will send you a library of suggestions.
You talked a little bit about your childhood. You talked about how you had to you moved a lot. You lived all over the world. You lived in South Korea for
I
a
did
bit.
live in South Korea. Okay, research.
I did a little bit.
Okay.
Your dad was in the military.
Yeah.
You guys were moving around.
I went to school on the American military base in South Korea, but we lived in Seoul. We lived in the city.
How do you think living all over the world, moving from one place to another affected you?
Positively.
Yeah?
Yeah, it taught you have to develop social skills. Like you have to make friends. You have to, I wasn't gonna be
Don't tell me what to do. You're not my mom.
the weird new kid every time. Like I went to probably 8 or 9 different schools through my childhood. So And I know people who, you know, every year they moved. Like, that's very hard on a child. Also, I have divorced parents. So it was the moving and then also the visiting back and forth, where I was like, there was kind of no stability from K through 12, but that didn't affect me negatively. Like, you adapt and overcome.
Right.
And it also makes you funny, you know, because you have to deal with that somehow.
You were chronically online, you said. You called yourself chronically online.
Always been chronically online.
Yeah.
Because it was YouTube first. I was like, Fred, like,
were you obsessed with Fred?
Love you, but Fred was my guy.
You were obsessed with Fred?
I emailed him, I forgot. Because I didn't have Twitter. I was in 6th grade. This is probably 2009. On YouTube, you could, like the business email, you know, for like business, whatever. I emailed him on that from my personal email account. And I said, hi, Fred. I love your little squirrels. Because he used to call his dogs squirrels.
Yeah.
And I literally talked to him like he was a real person. I did not understand that he was playing a character.
What, you didn't know that Fred was a character?
I was like, I love him. He's so funny and he's cute. He's so cute.
Fred Figglehorn. You could be a Figglehorn one. You could have become a Figglehorn one.
I could have. It's coming on. It's past.
Yeah.
They used to sell Fred merch at Hot Topic.
Yeah.
I wore that Fred shirt until it smelled like vinegar.
Oh, shit. I wondered who was watching Fred.
Me, man.
I know who was watching Fred.
The prime audience right here.
But Smosh, that was where the actual true
Yeah, Smosh is what the cool kids watch.
talent and smart humor. The internet was completely unfiltered, uncensored, and you were just a 6th grader strolling around,
eating it up, like on top. And it's this scary thing of like, my parents had no fucking clue what I was watching. No clue. And it was relatively harmless, but also that was kind of the golden age of like 2 Girls, 1 Cup, Blue Waffle, stuff like that. Of like, damn.
Goatsy.
What the fuck is Blue Waffle? Jesus Christ. God. The internet never fails to provide a brand new fucking deranged ass thing. Fuck.
Tub Girl, Lemon Party,
So
one guy,
I don't know what any
one
of
guy,
those
one
are.
jar, 3 girls finger paint.
Why do you know? I'm just like listening now.
I was just as sorry. I was just as chronically online. I gagged a little bit thinking about those visuals. They you think it's harmless. They sit.
No.
They linger.
Forever, for the rest of my life.
They linger. It's like you just fucking hotbox your brain with just the most disgusting shit and you can never escape. I feel like in the past it used to feel like a playground where just anything goes, but now it's like, internet has become kind of like real life. It's more real than real life.
I agree, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh my God, I talk about this with so many of my like internet friends where it's like, we're caricatures of ourselves.
Yeah.
And how do you separate that from how and who I really am? You know, my thoughts, my feelings, what I talk about in my personal life and what I choose not to talk about online. Like, that gets really fucking confusing. And it gets very like, you know, what is this? Why am I doing this? I have a spiral about every 3 months. They're like planned.
About your place on the internet?
Yeah, and just like who I can and can't be. And who really am I?
And who decides who you can and can't be?
Well, I think that, you know, I think we should bring back shame. Shame is really
Shaming?
great. Shaming people.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of shaming
True.
people.
Shame always brings out the best in people.
It does.
Just shame them and they will be better.
That's
the way
saying,
it works.
that cancel culture is not working because we need to shame people more.
Shame them more.
Yeah, don't
Bring back shame. I've been saying this for a long time.
cancel them. Don't like bully them off the internet. Shame them. Say that was really lame and cringy. And they'll never do it again.
You also have mentioned before that you believe in manifesting in the sense that, like, basically, like, if you keep something in your mind, it'll hopefully, like, the choices that you make will kind of lead you there.
Yeah, I think that the human mind is a very powerful thing.
How powerful is it?
So true.
Untapped potential is how fucking powerful.
We're only
Brittany's over here doing telekinesis, probably.
using 30% of our brain.
I gotta tell you to unlock your third eye. But I think, yeah, there's a power in attracting things to you by nature of talking about it or, you know, opening yourself up to it, saying yes. So, yeah, I believe in manifestation for sure. but it's very scary as well because it's like, you gotta be careful what you wish for, girl.
Because if you manifest wanting to become an influencer,
just might happen.
I used to think that the idea of manifesting was complete bullshit because I was like, oh, what, you're gonna think that you want something and then it happens? That's not how the universe works.
It is how the universe
works.
works.
It doesn't just give you what you want. But I realized recently that what it actually is, because I started doing this and it's been working,
Okay.
is it's holding on to an idea that I'm excited about. I want it, I don't need it. I want it, it'd be cool.
Yeah.
And then whenever there's a fork in the road, a decision, where I kind of lean toward it or lean away from it, I just lean toward it. And then all these things that
I think they're just describing setting goals. Setting and working towards goals is what that is.
kind of kept in my mind have started to just happen when you have enough patience and you start leaning toward them.
Yeah, I also, it's a matter of timing too, I think, because you think you want something and like you're not ready for it.
No, that's true.
The universe gives it to you and you're ready for it.
That's true. And when you're not ready for it,
you have a panic attack.
You have a panic attack, almost crash your car.
Shit your pants.
Shit your pants, be rushed to the hospital in an ambulance just for them to tell you that you're actually fine.
Right.
Yeah.
All that for nothing.
So would you say that you're a spiritual person?
It's a very interesting question because I was raised Southern Baptist. Like, I have a lot of religious trauma.
Yeah.
For fun.
For fun?
Yeah, for fun.
You chose that life?
I did. I chose it. And
you were
as a treat.
The sperm/egg that chose to be brought into the world. That was your choice.
Exactly.
That was your body, your
I
choice.
also chose to look like this. I chose to be named Britney. I chose my birthday. I think that, yes, spiritual in the sense of the universe.
I love making you talk about things that you
Amazing.
think are cringy, but you actually believe.
Yeah, I do.
Genuinely. You're like, this is so stupid, but I really believe it.
Amazing.
But listen,
there's some truth to it.
Yeah, I think that spiritual gets a bad rep because it's like
we used to induce that with psychedelics. True.
Like, you think of the people who like burn incense and like have tapestries on the wall and like listen to Mac DeMarco. You know, but yeah, I think that spiritual just means like you believe in something else. You know, it's not just you against the world. It's like maybe there's something else there. Because coming from the church and leaving the church and feeling that like I am stumbling my way through life because the church, as toxic and patriarchal as it is, it offered some sense of stability, you know, of I know what's going to happen when I die. I know the plan for me. I know how I'm supposed to behave. I know all these things.
Structure. It's like structure and community.
And so when you reject that and you say, you know what, actually, as a woman, I don't subscribe to this ideology that I am lesser than. I'm from Adam's rib. Eve was created from Adam's rib. All this, thou shalt serve your husband, all that shit. What if I reject that? It's empowering, but at the same time, you're lost. Because every single moral guidepost that you had is now no longer there.
The way that you're describing it, I realize feels like the way that people describe the sense of peace that children have. That they're being taken care of, that everything's okay, that they don't need to worry about what happens tomorrow
not a care
because
in
there's
the
a
world.
plan. And in a sense, it almost feels like certain religious beliefs give adults that sense of peace, spirituality, whatever you want to call it. Different beliefs can help give you that same feeling that you felt when you were a kid. And I think that's why a lot of people are nostalgic for their childhood. Not necessarily the era or anything like that, but this sense of stability and peace that they felt. They didn't have that extra layer of worry that everything is on them to figure out on their own.
It's mourning the loss of A, knowing what happens, and B, that of like feeling that you are taken care of and feeling that it'll all be okay in the end. You know, that's kind of stripped from you when you decide to leave the church. So yeah, it's very, very complex. But I love talking about it because a lot of people can relate to it.
Have you found a sense of peace?
No.
No, but you have to be comfortable with chaos. Chaos is the only constant.
The idea's there.
Yeah, I would love it.
Give it to me.
Anybody have any thought starters? I would love some advice.
Do you think that you'll get there? Is that a goal one day to find that peace?
We'll find out.
We'll see what happens.
A recent thing that I've kind of really internalized is life is the universe experiencing itself.
Yeah.
And that it's kind of the same sentiment of all of the joys and the lows and the highs.
It's also where mushrooms can help. Yeah, they can help a lot of things.
And the sadness and the heartbreak. It's the beauty of being human. And it is out of your control. You know, as much as we try to control it, it's out of our control what happens to us and how we react and all that. So I think that is offers me some peace too.
How deep have you gotten into this? Have you started to separate yourself from your thoughts and your emotions?
I agree. In what sense? What do you mean?
Have you started to get to the point where you can acknowledge the feelings that come up that would force you to react in a certain way?
Not in the moment. Retrospectively, sure.
Oh yeah, you think about it later.
It's hard. Especially because of how you were raised. Like, my mother's so emotional, but my dad's very logical. So I have both of those. There are two wolves inside of you.
You have two wolves inside you?
Hey,
yeah,
yo.
I had it for lunch. That meme, it's like, inside of you, there are two wolves. One, the alpha, the other. Have you even seen this meme?
No.
35.
I know. I'm too old for the wolf
Boomer.
meme.
Inside of me are two wolves, my military dad and my religious mom.
So are those two sides you constantly battling?
Yes. Yeah.
Logic, emotion.
Yeah, facts.
They don't go together.
They don't.
Unless you use logic to acknowledge that the emotion is occurring outside of your control.
I think that's just called being a sociopath. Maybe you have a problem.
Maybe I do. But maybe I'm okay with that.
Period.
Okay?
Love yourself.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, word.
I love.
Not all sociopaths are bad, okay? Some of them live very fulfilling lives.
Having problems.
It makes you interesting.
Yeah, it adds depth. What is next?
I'm coming out with a YouTube show. Ding, ding, ding. And it is medieval themed.
Oh shit!
And it's you ever been to medieval times?
Yes.
It's kind of like that.
Okay.
So
lots of jousting.
Lots of me fighting my guests.
Oh.
Yeah. I challenge you to a duel.
Yeah.
It's celebrity guest focused, and that'll be on my YouTube channel sometime soon. So wait for that. And then I'm coming out with a podcast as well.
Nice.
It's going to be about the things I obsess over.
So lots of fan fiction discussion, lots of Harry Styles discussion.
Or
Or do you keep people out that you've met in person?
Well, I blacked out. So do I remember anything? No, not really.
So your body met Harry Styles.
Yeah. Whoever, I literally watched that video back and I'm like, good for her. Oh, that's me. I'm like, I love her.
Good for her. She must have been so happy.
She's so funny. Oh, that's me. And people always, like, to this day, they'll come up and be like, what?
Old enough to know the two wolves meme before the internet memes? Oh, I didn't realize it was pre-existing before the internet. I knew the meme and then there was the podcast. That's all I knew about.
What did he smell like? And I'm like, I blacked out. I wish I could help you, babe. I don't remember.
Thank God that was on camera, I guess, right?
Honestly.
Or else maybe it didn't even ever happen at all.
Well, no, and I also met Maddie Healy from the 1975,
Sure. Yeah.
my favorite band, and it wasn't on
So
video,
famous.
and I barely.
So famous. Just like Frogan. Meeting all of her faves. It's pretty cool.
Remember it. I was so excited. I literally get so excited I black out. And so it's like, did I say something humiliating? I don't remember. We got a picture. We didn't get a video of us talking, and I just like, it's so scary.
Did it even happen?
Didn't even happen.
You are the internet's fangirl.
The people's princess, if you will.
The people's princess.
He said it. Thank you.
A woman of the people.
I said it after you told me to say it.
He said it. Thank you, Anthony. It's really
Old spirituality, woo-woo stuff. Yeah, that adds up.
nice. You have
Some
to
new
tell
age.
these people,
Yeah.
look, this is on a monitored and recorded line.
So someone out there has that audio.
Exactly. Those calls are recorded and they're saved. And I could scroll back in their policy, every interaction that we've had with this client, I could scroll back and be like, on January 17th, 2014, you said verbatim, you bitches, I'm not paying for comprehensive and collision coverage. That happened to me like 2 or 3 times. Someone
my
called
God.
in and he was like, y'all are scamming me and you think you can get away
Oh,
with this. And I was like,
scamming
sir,
me.
I have you on record saying, you, I'm not paying for that. You know, like, y'all are trying to scam me. And I read that back to him and they shut up real quick. They'd be like, well, there's nothing else you can do for me. No, sir, you don't have the coverage.
You don't have the coverage. Oh my god. Wow. That was incredible. Oh, I have so much I want to get through. Maybe we can do just like another couple extra video essay days this week. Maybe this can be our transition into fun time.
If you are a conscious, breathing human being on this planet, then it's very likely that you know about The Simpsons. It's an iconic and long-running show that first graced our screens all the way back in the year 1989, a time before some of you watching this were even born. Even though the show was first created so many years ago, it's still going strong today, and currently has 34 seasons. It truly is one of the few shows that not only managed to stick around for a long time, but to make itself an integral part of our culture. Sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's wholesome, and more often than not, it pokes fun at the world in a way we can all relate to. But beyond the entertainment of The Simpsons, there's a mystery that has fueled speculation and theories for years. How the hell do they keep predicting the future?
How do they do it?
I doubt it will come as any surprise to all of you that The Simpsons has had its fair share of mysteries, theories, and conspiracies. But one of the biggest questions of them all involves this show's strange ability to predict the future. Politics, pop culture, technology, and science, The Simpsons has predicted it all, and it's led to a myriad of theories that try to explain the show's prophetic nature. Is it all a coincidence? Or is Matt Groening a time traveler? Or are the writers of The Simpsons all part of a secret underground society which rules the world and uses predictive programming to tell
yes,
us their
that's probably
nefarious
it.
plans before they happen?
That's probably it. That makes the most sense.
Well, before we can unravel the truth behind this mystery, we first need to talk about the prediction.
Didn't pre-watch, but I won't spoil it. Yeah, I think I've heard something about how they just like make predictions and sometimes they're right, but we don't like look at the times where they're wrong. I don't remember. I read something.
Themselves. But before we move on to the rest, I want to tell you about Factor, who are sponsoring today's video.
No.
Factor offer you fresh,
ready
to be a convenient way of
The
doing
hell?
dishes.
My
meals all arrive.
My sponsor skip didn't work.
Versus the Americans with fast food that maybe isn't that good for you. And honestly, I just think it's far more plans they have for any kind of like there, and you're specific want to. So don't want to because you'd prefer to get something delivered
This
to
is
you.
so long.
The rest of it.
Jeez.
One of the very first Simpsons predictions to come true was from the season 3 episode titled Lisa the Greek, when Lisa correctly guessed that the Washington Redskins would win over the Buffalo Bills at the Super Bowl. Also, side note, the Buffalo Bills is the most American sounding thing I have ever heard in my entire life, and I think that it's truly beautiful. I don't know if they're a good team, but I hope that they win all the Super Bowls because that just sounds right to my European.
Pepela, she doesn't know. She doesn't know. No sabe. That's awkward. She's like Macedonian, I think, and Irish, so we can let her have a pass.
Brain. Because of their success in predicting the game's winner, the next year, the Simpsons team decided to dub over the same episode prior to the next Super Bowl, with the names of the competing teams. They had Lisa guess that the Dallas Cowboys would win, and, once again, she was right. Right, so the Dallas Cowboys is an equally American-sounding name to the Buffalo Bills, so I don't know which one I like better. Okay, I'm sorry, moving on. But Lisa the Greek was not the show's only sports-related prediction. In the season 21 episode, Boy Meets Curl, Homer and Marge end up playing for the US curling team in the 2010 Winter Olympics. I would say that this is weird, but Homer also went to space, so honestly it's pretty tame. And despite not actually being Olympic athletes, Homer and Marge somehow helped the US team defeat Sweden and win a gold medal. Then, in the real-life 2018 Winter Olympics, the US actually did beat Sweden in curling and and win a gold medal. And moving on from that, the show also hinted at the FIFA corruption scandal in 2014, a full year before the organisation's shady dealings were exposed in 2015. And another Super Bowl prediction from the show actually involves the halftime show instead of the game itself. The 2012 episode Lisa Goes Gaga shows Lady Gaga performing at the halftime show, descending from the roof, and at one point in the show, sitting down to play piano. 5 years later, when the singer did perform at the Super Bowl, she descended from the roof and played piano later on. It's strikingly similar. But do not start to think that this phenomena is just limited to sports and the Super Bowl. This is not anything like that octopus on TV that used to predict who was going to win football matches. The Simpsons also seems to have a knack for predicting...
The octopus on TV? Sorry, what? There's a gambling octopus?
Technologies that would later come to fruition in real life. They predicted smartwatches, video calling, drone surveillance, and autocorrect technology, which happens to be pretty crap. Though it is worth noting that when Apple were developing autocorrect technology, they would often reference "Eat Up Martha," the phrase in the Simpsons episode, to remind them.
Eat Up Martha. I mean, that's not that crazy to predict this. Like, they already had word processors, like, I mean, yeah, of course.
Themselves that they needed to get the technology right. However, we do know that it doesn't actually always work, but like, they did their best. They did their best. Did you develop autocorrect technology? I don't think so. In terms of politics, one of the most well-known predictions that The Simpsons ever made, and you already know what I'm about to say, is when they predicted that Donald Trump would be president. In March of 2000, the episode Bart to the Future aired, in which Lisa was the president of the US. In a meeting, she says this.
We've inherited quite a budget crunch from President Trump.
And of course, we all know what happened several years later. Weirdly enough,
President Trump knew what tech existed and was on the horizon. Right. Yeah. And also, like, the stuff like the Lady Gaga performance, like, she might have actually taken, inspiration from the show as well.
The Simpsons even predicted that Trump would run for a second time again in 2024, which is currently happening. And these are a lot of predictions, but oh, we are not done yet. In 1997, an episode aired in which Marge reads Bart a book called Curious George and the Ebola virus, a virus which became a global health crisis in 2014. And although Ebola did exist at the time, it was relatively unheard of, making it a pretty weird addition to this episode. And people also claim that The Simpsons predicted the pandemic with their episode.
I don't know if it was really, like, I don't know if that's accurate. Yeah, like, The Hot Zone was written in 1995. Which is like a non-fiction thriller about Ebola. So, like, people were obviously, like, worried about it. Yeah, we knew what Ebola was, sheesh. It wasn't that long ago.
Osaka flu, but that's kind of only the case if you don't know the difference between Japan and China, so I think we're going to move on from that one. The Simpsons predicted a disastrous hurricane hitting New Orleans just a few months before.
We did get news before 1999, yeah, but how? Was it like, carrier pigeons?
Before it happened. They joked about Greece being sold on eBay in 1997, years before the country had a massive economic crisis. They predicted the Disney-Fox merger, Siegfried and Roy being attacked by their tigers, faulty voter machines, three-eyed fish, mutant tomatoes, the NSA spying scandal. They even showed the Shard in London before it had been constructed. The list just goes on and on and on. But one of the most eerie predictions ever made in the entire history of The Simpsons, in my opinion, is the God particle.
God particle?
This is a very, very...
Are you kidding me? They had been looking for the God particle for, like, all of history. That's not a weird thing to depict.
Preliminary result, but we think it's very strong. It's very solid.
Otherwise, we wouldn't present it. And we've slowly, as we've gathered data, rediscovered the standard model to more and more rare processes, and basically we're very confident now that we can go after the rarest, which is the Higgs.
Yeah, this is like building on pre-existing research.
The God particle is another name for the Higgs boson, which is a subatomic particle that gives other particles mass. So, essentially, we wouldn't exist without the Higgs boson because nothing would have mass. So understanding this particle is a huge part in understanding how the universe works. And it was only officially discovered in 2012 in the CERN Hadron Collider.
The Higgs boson, of course, was kind of a holy grail to find because we knew it was there, and finally we managed to find it.
So yeah, see, we knew it was there, which is why they wrote about it in The Simpsons. Like, it had been theorized about before.
As you can imagine, this was a huge scientific breakthrough. Like I said, this was crucial for our understanding of the universe, and it was something that scientists had been trying to prove for years. But you know what, though? That's right. In an episode titled The Wizard of Evergreen Terrace in 1998, 14 years before the discovery of the Higgs boson, Homer Simpson decided that he wanted to be an inventor, and in one scene he's in front of a blackboard writing some equations. Now what we found out later, after the Higgs boson had been discovered by scientists, is that the formula used by Homer is the equation used to calculate the mass of the Higgs boson. This is utterly insane, that 14 years before this huge scientific breakthrough, momentous occasion.
Almost like creative writers are educated and know shit. Yeah, like, it's not that crazy to me that they had, like, a similar equation. I don't know.
In physics, that Homer Simpson got there first. And it wasn't even something that was focused on in the episode, it was just thrown in there on the board, just for a second. So you can pretty much see why I think this is one of the strangest predictions that The Simpsons has ever made. And we are going to come back to this later in the video, because I have a lot to say about it. So with all the times that this show has shown us the future before it unfolds in real life, how have they done it? People have been asking this question for years, so much so that there are countless threads dedicated to trying to solve this mystery and giving their most realistic and also outlandish theories as to how they're doing this. So what are some of the potential reasons for these predictions? Well, one theory, although admittedly this is a theory you're not going to hear much of on these threads that I already mentioned, is that it's all just a big coincidence. The Simpsons is a satirical show. It pokes fun at society itself. They take trends and current events and they exaggerate them to make funny.
This is the most obvious answer. Like, just imagine, like, you're comedy writer in like 1995 and you're thinking like, what would be the craziest thing ever? Like, wouldn't it be like really funny if like that guy from The Apprentice like became president or something? Because like that would never happen, right? That would be so funny. I'll write that. Like, it's not I don't think it's that deep.
Jokes. And in doing this, they could unintentionally reveal truths about society, or even potentially foreshadow things that haven't happened yet. Let's look at one example of this, a prediction that we already spoke about, which is the Back to the Future episode, where they predict that Trump will be president in the future. The thing is that at the time that this episode was written, Trump had actually talked about potentially running for president one day.
Oh,
it just
yeah.
wasn't.
Of course he did. Of course.
Something that was actually in the works.
Donald Trump was laying the groundwork for a presidential run.
And I can tell you, if I ever was in office, which is unlikely because I don't think I want to be, but if I ever was, that would not happen.
Man, wow, he's so different now. He is like not aged very gracefully. Oh my god, his whole voice is different.
Office, which is unlikely because I don't think I want to be, but if I ever was, that would not happen.
And it was something as well he said he probably wouldn't do.
This sounds like political presidential talk to me, and I know people have talked to you about whether or not you want to run. Would you ever?
Probably not, but I do get tired of seeing the country ripped off.
Why would you not?
I just don't think I really have the inclination to do it. I love what I'm doing. I really like it.
Also, it doesn't pay as well.
No, it doesn't.
And in an interview, one of the writers of this episode said that this was actually meant to be a warning to America of how far things could go, how exaggerated reality could be. It was a satirical take on politics, and then it came true. Another example of this could be their prediction of the Disney-Fox merger. This was meant to be a funny exaggeration of Disney's growing influence, as well as being a satirical take on the media. But once again, in this case, this satirical take could have foreshadowed reality. And although there is a case to be made that maybe it is just the fact that the show is satirical and it's...
I mean, yeah, it's not hard to predict that monopolies will continue to monopolize.
It's all just a coincidence that the stuff comes true. This theory doesn't explain everything. What about the sports predictions, or all the times that they spoke about technology that hadn't been invented?
I mean, you can make an educated guess about what sports team's gonna win. Like, oh my god, the brain rot.
Yet. Or Lady Gaga flying around on a wire at the Super Bowl. Well, a lot of people seem to suggest that it's all just a numbers game. As we mentioned earlier, The Simpsons has 34 seasons, and it currently has over 700 episodes. They've had thousands of storylines and thousands of jokes. Think about it for a minute. We need to consider the sheer volume of material in this show. If we round it up to 700 episodes and put around 22 minutes per episode, that amounts to more than 15,000 minutes or 250 hours of content. It's a massive...
Pog. Subathon? Subathon where we watch all of The Simpsons? Oh my god. Spend the next, 10 years.
Amount of content, and it offers an almost endless supply of opportunities for the writers to make predictions, whether they meant to or not. With this much material, it's reasonable to expect that at least a few of these predictions would come true. This was actually summed up really well by another video.
Star Trek alone predicted cell phones, Bluetooth earpieces, virtual assistants, VR, and tablet computers. I mean, it's kind of unfair when you remember that Star Trek...
I mean... There was also a prediction about earbuds in was it 1984 or Animal Farm? I can't remember which one of those, but it was written in the 60s. So, I mean, it was the next natural evolution is to make them smaller and better, as with everything else.
Comprises over 760 episodes of television and 13 feature films. Wait a second, what other television show has over 700 episodes? In 29 seasons, the show made about 120,000 jokes, with the assumption that the show kept the average pace of about 8.54 jokes per minute. This number was based off of the first 12 seasons. If The Simpsons got about 20 predictions right, I'm not gonna read the whole thing. This only comes out to about a 1.6% success rate.
So shows like Star Trek and Doctor Who also have
They were just bound to be right, you know?
Huge number of episodes, and they too have predicted certain technological advances. It's not something that is limited to just The Simpsons. What is limited is the type of predictions, because even if we are to say that it's a number games and look at these other shows that are predicting things too, Star Trek and Doctor Who, the examples that I've given, have only predicted technological advances. What makes The Simpsons different is the variety of things that they have predicted. Why hasn't Star Trek predicted that Greece's economy would crash? Why hasn't Doctor Who predicted live shows or the outcome of football matches? And while we're on it, why hasn't The Big Bang Theory, a show that is all about science and has equations all the time, why hasn't that show predicted a huge equation like Homer Simpson did when he predicted the equation for predicting the mass of the Higgs boson?
I mean, Big Bang is kind of trash. It's trash TV. It has a laugh track.
Why is it just The Simpsons? Well, maybe it's not too far-fetched to suggest that Matt Groening might be a time traveler. There, I said it. with the sheer volume and accuracy of the predictions made in the show, some people have argued that Groening is either a man from the future or that he's somebody who has found a way to travel through time, and is then using the knowledge of the future that he has to put it into The Simpsons.
Are we worried this group is crossing into the
Why do you think he would do that? If he was a time traveler, why would he just use it to make a TV show? Like, I don't know.
conspiracy theory zone?
But there are a group of people who don't think that he's a time traveler. They think it's a little bit far-fetched and that time travel likely doesn't exist. However, they still don't trust Matt himself. And they've suggested that he has connections to powerful organizations, or that he and the writers might be part of some secret society who control the world.
Simpsons predicted the future shot by shot because we're part of the Illuminati, which is true.
Illuminati.
We are.
And as such, he has knowledge of secret plans about the world, and that the reason that he throws these into The Simpsons is all part of predictive programming. But although Matt Groening doesn't talk about his own life that much, he has talked about the predictions. In interviews, he and an executive producer of the show have said that they're not predicting the future, they're just good at satire. If you haven't heard of predictive programming before, it's a theory that powerful organizations control the world, and they plan events that are going to affect humanity, but they want to subtly prepare humanity before these things take place. The biggest example used by people who think that Matt Groening may be a part of this is the episode where it looks like they may have predicted 9/11, because you have a magazine cover with
Dude, this one is so... This is a reach, I swear to God. I don't know. This is just a terrible coincidence. And it's like one frame.
Twin Towers and $9 in front of it, so it looks like 9/11. And this is something that actually quite a lot of shows have been accused of. But what if that's not the case? What if it's not predictive programming? What if he's not a time traveler? What if it's something else? But still, it's all Matt Groening's fault. Well, perhaps he and his team have found a way to access the Akashic Records. I know, we've been talking about a lot of really out there theories, but just bear with me for this one. The Akashic Records are apparently a part of some cosmic database that contains information about every event that has ever occurred or will occur or is currently occurring in the world. And it is thought that through spiritual practices...
Pro what? I've heard some people tell me about this before, and it doesn't make any more sense the more I hear about it. I have to be real. I do not get it.
Psychic abilities or other means like this, an individual could tap into the Akashic Records. So if this was the case for Matt Groening or any of the members of his writing team, they could be tapping into this cosmic database and just knowing everything that will ever happen and just subtly throwing it into The Simpsons, either for...
How is she saying this with a straight face? Collective unconscious? Yeah, I mean, maybe. Maybe. There's something about a hive mind type thing. I don't know.
Preparing people, or just for fun. Because why not? It is The Simpsons after all. But do not worry, I am not done with these more outlandish theories, because I have a personal one of my own, actually, that I haven't seen anybody discuss. Well, to be honest, I haven't seen Akashic Records either, but it's not my favourite of the theories. My personal theory is that Matt Groening is in control of The Matrix. And I don't mean, obviously, the movie The Matrix, I mean the Matrix that we could potentially be living in. It's been suggested by...
He's the author of our Matrix, dude. Dude, so true. What? New Age stuff again, yep.
By scientists and philosophers and whack jobs alike, that it's possible that we are living in a simulation. That an advanced race has found a way to simulate life and we're just living in it. And it has actually been discussed by people much smarter than me that mathematically it's more likely that we live in a simulation than we don't.
I'm waiting for someone to convince me that we don't live in a simulation. Our computing power is growing rapidly.
Right.
We create simulations of worlds. We have video games with characters that are inside the video game.
Right.
Imagine a day where you can simulate a world so perfectly with life forms, humans, so well that you can recreate every single neurosynaptic thought you could have, but now you're in the simulation on the computer.
But if we do live in a simulation, well, it's not just running itself. Somebody has to be in charge of it. And if you were in charge of something like this, would you not have a little bit of fun with it? I know I would. Perhaps Matt Groening thought the same thing. Perhaps he is in charge of everything.
Little Easter eggs for us to figure out the grand plot of the Matrix. That just chills.
And he just wants to have a little bit of fun with it. So he goes in, either programs something, types something in, or just somehow puts on a virtual reality headset and steps into this world and makes a show called The Simpsons.
Stoner thoughts, right?
He then puts in predictions for the future because he can control the future. Because this is his world, and we're just living in it. Now, the Matrix theory, the time traveler theory, and the Akashic Records theory, they all seem to line up with something that Matt Groening did along with one of the writers of The Simpsons, David X. Cohen, which is create a show called Futurama. These people who are predicting the future wrote a show called Futurama, set in the year 3000.
Keck, wait.
Are you kidding me?
Keck, wait. Wait. She might be onto something here. I didn't even put two and two together. They predicted the future and also are writing another show about the future? Whoa, dude. Whoa. Oh my god.
It's like they said, yep, we're from the future. Here, have this show about the future because we know all about it. Because we're from there.
I don't know, dude. The only thing I could see us having from Futurama by the year 3000 is the fucking suicide booth. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think we're getting any of the other stuff.
You may have noticed that I mentioned another name there. That is David X. Cohen. Like I said, David was one of the writers for The Simpsons. And then, along with Matt Groening, they co-created the show Futurama. He began writing on The Simpsons in 1993, and over the years he contributed to numerous episodes, including the Season 5 episode Bart Gets an Elephant, the Season 7 episode Treehouse of Horror 6, and the Season 10 episode The Wizard of Evergreen Terrace. Wait, if you remember, The Wizard of Evergreen Terrace was the episode of The Simpsons where Homer Simpson wrote the equation that predicted the mass of the Higgs boson, 14 years before it was discovered. David X. Cohen was one of the people who was involved with this episode, the man who co-created Futurama. So this is proof then. This is proof that David X. Cohen and Matt Groening together are time travelers from the future who are rubbing it in our faces with the show Futurama and then sprinkling little things.
Aren't canon, so they don't count? They definitely count.
Into The Simpsons. Well, maybe not exactly, actually. The thing is, for this episode, the whole premise was that Homer Simpson wanted to become an inventor, and so they knew they were going to have a scene where he was writing formulas on a chalkboard. Now, according to Cohen, he wanted these formulas to look as realistic as possible, so he called a friend from MIT to write an equation that looked realistic. And not only that it was a genuine equation with a real answer, a real output. So he didn't put this equation in himself, but he wanted the equation to look real. And you might be wondering, well, why does he have a friend from MIT just readily available to write equations for him? You might also be wondering, why does he care if the equations look accurate? There's loads of shows where they just throw up a bunch of numbers, and it was only in the scene for a split second, so why does it matter? Well, because David X. Cohen has a degree in physics. He is a lover of science and maths, and he writes for this show. That's one of the reasons why there's so many maths jokes that are thrown into the show that the average person wouldn't recognize. Like when Apu says that he has a perfect memory and he can recite pi to 40,000 places, saying that the last digit is 1. which it is. In another episode, when on-screen showed these numbers, 8128, 8208, and 8191. And although they seem random, 8128 is a perfect number. 8208 is a narcissistic number, and 8191 is a prime number. Do I fully understand what all of this means? No.
What the fuck is a narcissistic number? I'm sorry. Huh? A narcissistic number?
But I'm not a mathematician. But it turns out a lot of people writing for this show are. As it turns out, a lot of the writers on this show have advanced degrees in maths or science or even history. So we have David X. Cohen, a degree in physics. Ken Keeler, a PhD in applied mathematics. Al Jean, a bachelor's degree in mathematics. Jeff Westbrook, a PhD in computer science. Bill Odenkirk, a bachelor in chemistry. George Mayer, a bachelor in environmental science. J. Stewart Burns, a
Holy shit, their team was stacked as fuck.
Bachelor of Science in Physics. John Vitti, a bachelor degree in history. Ian
a number that loves itself and gaslights people, I guess.
Maxstone Graham, a bachelor degree in, again, history. Brian Kelly, Bachelor of Science in Mathematics. Carolyn Amin, bachelor's degree in electrical engineering. John Frink, bachelor degree in physics. Dana Gold, bachelor degree in history. And Brian Kelly, bachelor degree in mathematics. This is not a definitive list, by the way. This is just an excerpt of all the writers that have worked on this show. And a good few of them have worked on...
What's interesting to me is that the MIT guy gave, like, a formula that was, like, ostensibly right. And, like, did that before publishing? Like, that's interesting. Just got asked to take on a new role at work. Oh, cool. Well, congrats. Good luck. We're just doing The Simpsons conspiracy theories stuff. I think you missed the Britney interview. Where what else? What else? The medieval aesthetic. I don't remember when you left, I'm gonna be real.
Futurama as well. Dude, they're a bunch of nerds. They're smart people who have written in smart, highly educated jokes, maths jokes, history jokes. They're people who understand physics and the history of events, and they throw these into the show to make the perfect combination of
That's why it's such a good show.
Humor and reality, which sometimes then results in them predicting the future, because they're making educated jokes. And I want to bring it back to the Higgs boson prediction, because the thing is, although this is a striking prediction, and for me it is still one of the weirdest and eeriest predictions in the whole show, the equation that Homer writes isn't the exact equation that predicts the mass of the Higgs boson. I know. I was shocked too. The equation is almost exactly the same, which is still a huge and confusing achievement for the show. But Homer's calculation shows a result of 777 giga-electron volts, which is a really hard word for me to say, so I hope you appreciate that. But the result that the team at the Hadron Collider got was 125 giga-electron volts. Still very hard for me to say. So it's not the exact equation. Although, according to Simon Singh, the man who wrote the book on maths in The Simpsons, literally he wrote the book on maths in The Simpsons, says that although these numbers seem quite different, 777 compared to 125, in physics terms this is actually a very, very close result. So I decided to ask my physics friend about this. I asked him, I'm just wondering how significant the difference is, and is Homer's close enough to be considered an accurate prediction? And he responded, oof, this is particle physics, girl. I ain't done that yet. So there's your answer. I don't have a friend at MIT I can call. So I'm just going to trust Simon Singh and David Kaplan, who have spoken about this and who are far more educated in physics than I am. But still, like Simon Singh points out, this is a very, very similar result, and the equation itself is extremely similar too. So it's still quite unlikely for something like this to coincidentally happen, for them to coincidentally predict the equation that predicts the mass of the Higgs boson. But it's not impossible, given what we know about the writers of the show, and the fact that a mathematician at MIT wrote this equation to look like a real equation. Not impossible, but just very, very unlikely that they would stumble onto this equation 14 years earlier. So with all of this information that we know about the writers and how they write this show, any reasonable person would now conclude that, yeah, it is just a combination of a numbers game, coincidence, and just really good writing. But the thing is, I'm not a rational person, so I'm not going to conclude that, because I'm still
I love Angelia.
stuck on something. I'm still stuck on the accuracy of some of these predictions. No, the Higgs boson equation was not exact, but it was very, very close. And it still took them 14 years and using the Large Hadron Collider to get a similar result. What about the three-eyed fish? What about the NSA spying scandal? Something people didn't know about yet. What about the accuracy of some of these predictions?
NSA scandal is not shocking. We've always been afraid of surveillance, and then they did surveillance.
Predictions are just too similar and just too difficult to predict by accident. Sure, some of these predictions could just be coincidences. The 9/11 one, it's not that convincing. But the fact that they showed the shard exactly where it is in London before it was constructed, now that's a bit more convincing. And can stuff like that really be chalked up to good writing? Well, I'm sure for a lot of you, probably that is the...
What the fuck is the shard? The shard? What? The Shard, London. So it's just like a tower, like a pointy tower. Like a obelisk-shaped building. That's like an extremely common building design. It could not be more basic. I mean, come on. How many other close equations were out there at the time? Yeah, I'm sure there were a lot of people that were close. And yeah, this is not compelling. Like, what was the frame? That? Come on. Come on. And yeah, like it could have even been in city plans already. Like, I don't know, it's not that. That's not that
constructed.
good.
Now that's a bit more convincing. And can stuff like that really be chalked up to good writing? Well, I'm sure for a lot of you, probably that is the correct answer. For a lot of you, it's acceptable that just they have a lot of highly educated writers, they like to poke fun at society, and they just come up with stuff like this. But for a lot of you watching as well, I know that this is not a good enough answer for you. Because there are just too many predictions. And there is just...
What do you mean there's too many? You already proved that it's only like 1% right.
just too much accuracy for it to be coincidence. And also...
1% accurate? That's not that good.
Why the hell would they do Futurama if they weren't just rubbing it in our faces that they're time travelers? Like, come on now. But whatever you believe, whether you...
I mean, to troll us, it could be an elaborate troll at most.
You think it's just a numbers game or coincidence, or just a combination of good writing from educated writers. Or whether you think that they're time...
Is that so hard to believe? Why is that so implausible? That it's just smart people writing a good show.
Travelers, or that Matt Groening is in control of the Matrix, or that they've all accessed the Akashic records, or that they are all part of a secret society that are going to destroy us all, and just want to tell us about that beforehand. Whatever you believe, it is undeniable that The Simpsons has had a huge impact on our culture. It's a show that is so well loved, it's had games that we love too, and it's things that we can quote to each other. It's been going on for so many years, and people still love it today. Whether or not they like the new episodes, they still love the show. And even though it's kind of weird and sometimes a bit creepy, it is fun for people to get together and theorize how the show does this time and time again. How do they always predict the future? If it wasn't fun, there wouldn't be so many threads dedicated to it. These predictions and the show itself have captivated audiences. And although we may never have a definitive answer, unless Matt Groening comes down and says, hey, actually I am a time traveler going back to the future now, even though we won't get the definitive answer, it's always going to be fun to just watch the show, enjoy it, and theorize. Thank you so much for watching today's video. Please do share in the comments with me what your favorite theory is, what you think is actually going on. I would really love to know.
I mean, I would like to believe that he's a time traveler, but I just don't think that's the most likely explanation.
You all know I like my Matrix theory. I'm sorry, I just do. But of course, I know that theory is not for everybody, so do share down below what you think. I really did put a lot of effort into this video, so I would really, really appreciate it if you would please share it around. Like this, I've actually been working on this video for weeks. I even joined the library so that I could take out Simon Singh's book on the mathematics of The Simpsons and read it for this video. I'm now a library member thanks to this video, so yeah, I put a lot of effort in. Please share it around, and if you enjoyed it, then please subscribe. I'm going to be doing more videos like this one very soon, so I hope you'll stick around for those. Turn on notifications to get notified and all that. You know what to do. Like, comment, share. Follow me on social media. I'm Bangelina Scott everywhere, and I also have a Patreon. Don't forget, if you use the link in my description, or you go to go.factor75.com and use my code FACTORSE33261, that is also in the description for you as well, then you can get 50% off your first box with Factor. But most of all, I hope you have an absolutely wonderful rest of your day. Thank you so much for watching this video, and I will see you in the next one. Bye!
Okay, do we want to do a camping thing? Or Stavros stand-up? Or Noel Miller? I've been wanting to watch this one for a while, too. It's kind of sleeper, though. Wait. Is this? Yeah. Okay.
$39 each. Yeah, it's not off-white, it's just off. It's off-putting.
Hello?
Today we are reviewing luxury nail products. Jimmy
Wow.
Choo, and then we have Hermes. I can't say I've bought myself much luxury though, other than like this stuff, but this is for content. These are business expenses. There's high-end fashion designer brands with big labels and recognizable names that have decided to come out with nail polish. I've got Supreme nail polish, but it's actually by Pat McGrath, which is a beauty company, and I really like her eyeshadows. Remember this was cool like 2 years ago? Does anyone have Supreme stuff? I remember Phil DeFranco. He used the same like logo and format in red and then put pretentious across his shirt and sold it.
Amazing.
There was a lot of trolling when this was kind of in a couple years ago. This polish was actually released two years ago, and then I couldn't find it online, so I bought it on eBay. Show me shit. The fuck is this? They don't have a website that shows you like a bunch of things at once? Oh my god, I hate it. I hate this. Wait, these are all like collabs, right? Do they make their own stuff ever? Guys, how does this work? The Supreme nail polish, but this was kind of the problem. There's little information about the price point, and I tried to buy this when this came out a couple years ago, but then I was never able to actually get my hands on it. This is just like a summary. And then when I click next, I'm just looking at other random Supreme garbage. A dumbbell, olive oil? What?
Jesus Christ.
Are these products made for influencers to review? Probably, yes, because that's exactly what we're doing right now. King of licensing IP. There's also, are these stickers? Wow. It was originally retailed at $98.
This nail polish is so expensive. Yikes forever.
It's a trio of polishes in Supreme's kind of color palette. There's a crown on top. Pat McGrath's logo. You know, they think they're the royalty trio. They're wrong. I gotta say, like, this is very plasticky. Let me guess. Oh, yeah. Okay. I knew it was gonna be one of these.
Of course,
So these
I
are
hate
these
that.
caps that are kind of like Lego to me. I'm not a fan of these. I hate them. It also means that this is super short and kind of awkward to hold. Talking practically, I find these really annoying. I know that you can open them a little bit easier because they have that like, I said you can
it's not.
open them a little bit
I
easier,
think
but
they're
they also
harder.
kind of hurt. You can see the difference in the cap size there. So you could leave this on. Maybe some people like this. I am not a fan of caps that have hard lines or like angles on them. I find it so weird. Supreme Red. Let me guess, is this Supreme Black? It is Supreme Black. And wait, what's this? What's this one? Supreme White. Damn, wow.
Oh, you maybe should have rethought that title. Oh, you're really gonna name it Supreme White? Ah. Might as well just call it White Supreme at that point. White supremacy color. Jesus Christ. What are y'all doing?
Wow, okay. Incredible. So I know some of you were saying the white looks weird, but that's probably just because it was sitting in the packaging like this for 2 years. A lot of nail polish separates over time. Separation does not mean bad. It's just once you shake it up and use it, how does it apply? And this is a fresh bottle, so I would expect it to be good. And we've got stickers, so you can brand your nails with Supreme. So small. Like, can you
Wonderful.
even read this? Look how small that is.
Tiny.
I'm gonna paint with this Lego block on top. That's pretty good. What is this, one coat black? For $98 in this trio, you can get a full coverage black, or you could get one coat black.
Incredible.
$12. Okay, let's try the white
Incredible.
now. Pretty good. Okay, not bad. I feel like it'd be fully opaque on the second coat. It's a Supreme Red, which is just their classic red branding. Oh, okay. It's a
Not
very
bad.
orange red. You know what's the most annoying about these? Is it matters where your hand picks it up, because like you can't hold it on the corner, so you have to be like this, but then the brush may not be in the right place. Yeah, that's why these are stupid. All right, would you
worst.
buy Supreme polish? I'm doing
No.
math, which is $32.06.
Fucking insane. It's just the brand. Like, it's just regular ass polish. Like, no.
Cents each. Were never available individually, so you would be forced to purchase them for $98 for a set. Can't relate. Supreme is cringy. No, because of the dumb cap. No luxury nail polish for me. If you're a Supreme fan, I could see them being appealing because the packaging is nice. Is the packaging nice? This is like dollar store shit.
With respect.
In terms of the packaging. And also this glass. There's nothing really impressive about this glass for such a high price point. Normally designers will do a custom mold. Like they do something to like show why it's expensive. Like it's something, please. Just like anything that looks like it costs money. I don't know for sure, but my assumption is that these are stock available bottles that were just stamped with branding. Do these plain shaped bottles appeal to men more?
I think I've actually bought nail polish with that exact bottle, but it was like dollar store.
Interesting. Maybe. It's possible that this in some way almost looks like a masculine perfume or something. Maybe because it's hard angles. Me like squares. Yeah. This is your brain on nail polish. Okay, let's see. Would you buy Supreme polish? $98 for this set. 2% of you said yes. That's the least amount so far. Way more people would buy Jimmy Choo and Hermes, but Supreme is not killing it. You're in the 2% gang. Last up, we have Off-White. $39 each. Known for like, I guess, influencers or slightly younger people who are going designer. Streetwear. Okay, see, some people know it's streetwear, street culture. This is Off-White. Okay, this is kind of cool though. Well, not this. I would never, what? No one would see my nails. Off-White nail polish. Oh my gosh, it's just finding polish that's actually Off-White. Oh no, that's not helpful. Yeah, no. Okay, wait, here it is. There's a blue. What? Is it crackle polish? A white crackle for a cool, fun way to achieve a unique look. Incompatible ingredients will react for a sensational and unexpected look. Pixel acid, thanks to a specific polymer matrix. The formula can be charged with big multi-reflex glitter to obtain this dazzling, fashionable look. It's glitter. Thanks to a specific polymer matrix, you can put glitter on your nails. Wow. Incredible. We love big words on a listing. We paid $39 for these words. The packaging is pretty bleh. It feels like the cheapest kind of Bristol cardboard. There is this kind of emboss, so that's kind of nice. But maybe their aesthetic is like, let's make it look cheaper, therefore it's fancy, you know? Brackets, color matter, paint, ... net. Paint your nails.
That's the whole thing with Off-White is like their brand is all about minimalism. I kind of like it.
Execute. Digital, what does digital mean? Is this nail polish? Is this an NFT? It's not real nail polish. Digits is another word for fingers. Oh, I didn't make that connection. We've got an indication of hollow. Is it positive? Let's see. Definitely a custom cap, that's for sure. So I did get hollow, wow. I don't care who you are. This is gonna be way more uncomfortable for you to hold. The color and vibes are kind of like tiki to me. You know what I mean? Like a tiki, I don't know. This light beige cap with the soft shapes reminds me more of like relaxing Hawaiian vacation. It's supposed to be Italian marble. This does not look like Italian marble. What's the color? Paint? Digital is the color. Okay. If digital is this color and it's paint, then this color is called ODD and the line is decode. This is the glitter. This is pixel acid. Okay, let's start with the blue. The bristles are regular length looking to me, but the stem is so short. Okay, pretty good coverage. At least they're using a decent manufacturer. Cremes are the least expensive pigment. So keep that in mind when you think about all the high-end designer luxury brands. I'll let you fill in the rest of the blanks, okay? Okay, here's the white. What the fuck? It looks like milk. Oh my god, guys, it's milky.
Oh no.
It's like paper mache. It's cracking, it's cracking. This isn't a bad idea, but this white is not white enough. Like, it needs to have the opacity of the Supreme white. More layers of the crackle. Hold on, guys, we're watching paint dry. You know what it's doing? It's harder to tell from your view. It's almost like it's eating at the polish underneath. I painted the same polish, one coat of it is on the adjacent nails, but look at the blue in the parts where it's cracked. It's almost like the crackle formula diluted the polish and sort of like stripped it a little bit, because now it's less opaque in the parts that are cracked. You hate it? It's painful? It's incompatible. It's just, it's crusty yogurt. It's a crusty yogurt lid.
Yeah, it does look like there's something stuck on. It's not very cute.
Let's try this. It is hollow, confirmed. There are holographic glitters in this, but let's see what's so special. Like, wow. Guys, look at that polymer matrix. It's exclusive glitters, some holographic in a clear base, doing incredible things. It's just a topper with hex glitters, which is the most commonly
polymer matrix.
Available glitter. Is a hex glitter. Hex meaning it's shaped like a hexagon. I have a more refined palette of hollow. Okay, I want linear hollow, flaky, asymmetrical hollow. Oh my god, guys, look at the tip of the black nail. It's like ripping it apart. All right, would you buy Off-White nail polish? $39. Let's take a look. 4% of you said yes. Supreme was 2%. All right, 4% of you are swaggy swag Gen Zers. Gonna bring back this wheel and now add a hollow taco. What should we add on top of these? Lunar, I think, is that one unicorn skin, the pigment that looks the best over lighter shades. So let's use it on the white, actually. Looks yellow in the bottle, pink and cyan and purple on white. Thinking I was gonna try Sonic, but I kind of want to try like a shimmer version. Like maybe just like a prototype, maybe. Okay, let's do that. NDAs have already been signed. I trust you guys. Okay, let's see what that looks like over this red. Oh my god. Okay, that's fucking sick. Now I'd pay 50 bucks. You know what? Fuck donut nails. This is what I want. Stunning. Okay. My camera just died. Camera said, stop showing your shit, Christine. Let's review this wheel. The top. Designer luxury brands. We've got Supreme, Hermes, and Jimmy Choo on the top with just regular glossy taco. So that's what they would look like. And then we've got plus a hollow taco. Which one looks more exquisite, sophisticated? Let's vote. $50 nail polish alone, 5%. 95% say add a hollow taco or a unicorn skin. Okay, you guys have taste. You know what? This is one way to make designer nail polish a little more exciting. Another experiment that I wanted to run, painting the Off-White crackle milky white on top of these other shades. So let's do that. Gonna paint a nice thick coat to make it as white as possible, but like, damn, that's so milky. Yeah, crackled glazed donut are two trends that should not go together. Look at that lemon one. It's just a giant crack down the middle. It's like I took my nail polish out of the oven too early. These are so ugly. It looks like pea.
It's so, like, random. I want more uniformity in my crackles.
VA glue. I hate it. The visual makes me ick. Dislike. Cursed. You know, the favorite sister does look the best, honestly, because it looks like it's intentionally cracked candy cane. I do not like it over Royal Crush. No. It's a peeling sunburn. It looks itchy. Okay, when I put a second coat of it, it just filled in the gaps, and now it looks like icebergs.
Ew. Ew. It's so topographical.
Okay, weird. Let's put a taco on this one because this is the most like standard. I don't really think it's like changing the cracklingness. It's just giving you a smooth surface. Like a cracked dry heel for $100 plus applicable taxes and shipping. You could have these iceberg nails. What do I paint my nails with? I feel like the reds just are not my vibe today. Something like this. I'm gonna stay in this kind of cool tone territory, and then we can have reflective taco and maybe an undisclosed blue shimmer on top. Normally I'd put on a peely base coat, but whatever. Just gonna go ahead with smoothing. I'll have a black pinky because I'm so edgy. Going in with supreme black. I hate it. It's the cap. Let's use this blue. This is by Off-White. Also a very uncomfortable cap hold. Design your cap better. Okay, gonna do the middle finger the same. Okay, Hermes. Gris éteint. Again with the tiny fucking... Now let's paint my thumb. Let's do the blue again. So let me just go back in and do a second coat of the blue here. I dented it. Oh no. Just let my saliva dry. I also promise you a comparison to board meeting. Okay, they're pretty close. Board meeting to me is slightly deeper, a little more blue, and this one almost has like slightly yellower or white. Very different. That's Bet blue, very different. And Scientific, not at all. Let's do, I feel like since I want to tie the blue in places, I'm gonna put the blue on the black. Yeah, let's do that. Wow, this is so much easier to hold. I kind of want reflective on this one. I want reflective on the Hermes. Ooh, that's so pretty. Fucking exquisite designer. Would pay $500. Idea. I'm gonna put lunar unicorn skin under this. Unlike hollow or the shimmer, I think we could mute the giant flakies and they could still be discernible because they're like large and thick. Whereas a shimmer, like you might get a bit lost. So I'm gonna experiment. This is lunar unicorn skin. Okay, I said I wasn't gonna do this, but I'm gonna do it. Shh, it's fine. So this is Cosmic. This Manny's getting thicky thick. Okay, let's put a glossy taco. Ooh, finally, I've given the detective some actual evidence for their incomplete files. You're all just screen capping. You're probably inventing things that don't exist. You're probably like, oh my God, inflatable lunchbox that is blue shimmer is definitely being released. Alert the presses. So I think this is dry enough. So I'm gonna go ahead with the Off-White crackle. The milky crackle, ready? We're just doing it over the blue for the iceberg look. Just making sure it's a thick enough coat. Oh, that's so like nasty looking. Please make a nice pattern. Don't look like a butt crack. Look at that unicorn skin. Okay, remember we were gonna do 2 coats though? It's the anarchist of donuts look. You gotta pick a side. You're either a glazed donut or a crusty donut. It looks like a crusty cuticle. Oh no, it looks like wet toilet paper. Oh fuck, why'd you have to say that? It's like separating more. Remember when I did this? It didn't eat as much underneath. So ugly. I'm just trying to be designer, okay? I'm trying to be luxury. Trying to get the toilet paper out of my cuticles. Yeah, this is what rich people wear. All right, guys, get the look.
God,
at this
it
point,
really does look like toilet paper. I can't unsee it.
They owe you $500 for having to wear this. I thought this was gonna look better than it did. I had an idea in my head. You guys were on board with me. Why do I listen to you? Great question. I don't know. I should really stop doing that. Yeah, it's not off-white. It's just off. It's off-putting. Like, it's coming off my nails. Do I top coat it? Will this save anything, or will it just seal my fate? Okay, let's seal our fate, everybody. What if we add everything taco? Look, listen, okay, listen, hear me out. Why don't we just give it more chaos with everything taco? This is your fault.
Sure.
Oh, it's like I'm painting on a mountain. Fucking disgusting.
Polish
Oh my
Mountain.
god, it cracked the underlayer. It went so hard, it cracked the base, which had 2 coats. Ew. It kind of looks like a sky from very
What is
far.
it?
Like, does it look like a sky? Yeah, kinda. How did this happen? Like, okay, I wanted something like this, and it turned out like this. I guess you're kind of taking a risk when you're working with a top coat that only gives you the effect once it's applied, once it engages with the polish. Throw it out. What was
I feel like it also has to do with like how fast you apply it after the base. I don't know.
I really expecting? Okay, I was not expecting much. We're all lying to ourselves if we said that we actually expected this to be like incredibly impressive polish. Write it off? Already did. It's a business expense, right, Ben? Sometimes the fake it till you make it is just not true. Because this is just all fake and all bad, and I have not made it with this Manny. Okay, I've got to ask you the final question.
What do you think? What do you think?
Do we love it or do we hate it? It is certainly a look. Bad. I'm sorry, no. We love blue shimmer. Okay, so there's something good. Wow. Okay, these are actually nice. But you want to know something? The only thing that's really making these nails pop is not the designer product. It's just hollow taco. These were $39. So 39 times 2 plus 50 plus 13 for reflective taco plus 13 for undisclosed blue shimmer, 36 for the black from Supreme, plus 13 for everything taco. Guys, this manicure cost $203. Was it worth it? I really don't like these for very different reasons, but I have the same hatred energy for both of them. So I rate these both as my worst favorite of all the luxury brands we tried here today. In conclusion, buy Hollow Taco because it is reasonably priced for the product it is, and most people agree that it just looks better. That's my biased review.
It does.
Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see y'all later. Bye.
Hollow Taco is so good. I can vouch. I love their shit.
So this guy had a great Thanksgiving. Somebody here had a bad one, it sounded like. What happened?
I just got laid off.
You got laid off right before Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
Damn. What was the job?
I worked at a startup.
Startup. Okay, nice. So you guys were probably doing something bullshit anyway, right? There's no... What kind of shit were you guys doing? You're like, we were strapping batteries to the homeless, and the faster you got them to run, the more your phone would charge, so... Every tech company does suck. You know what I mean? Every company is fucking dumb as shit. You were doing something bad, probably, right? Or what?
Yeah.
What?
We were doing like maintenance for like tanks for the.
Maintenance for tanks for the military?
Ain't no way, dude. Ain't no fucking way.
You're like, yeah, I had a bad Thanksgiving. I couldn't fix guns that Nazis in Ukraine were using. All right, that's cool, man. Well, I'm sorry for you, but I think it's also good your company failed, I guess. But whatever, someone's gonna get that money. It's just, I guess, not gonna be you. So what are you doing now? Nothing, just hanging?
I coach wrestling. That's
You coach wrestling? Fuck yeah, dude. That's awesome. Are you from here?
Yeah.
Nice. Did you wrestle?
Yeah.
So you coaching at your alma mater?
No.
No? Just a different high school?
I live a couple hours south, so.
Okay, nice. So you're just some guy that got fired,
Yeah.
and they're like, "Yeah, you can coach wrestling." Was there a background check? There wasn't. What the fuck? Just any guy could be like, "Yeah." Did they ask any questions at all?
Like,
Not really.
Fucking throw some kids around, I guess.
Wrestling is the closest one to molesting kids, too, by the way. I'm not saying you're doing it. I'm just saying if there was one coaching that is basically you fucking turn the dial just a little bit. The fact that it wasn't a background check is fucking wild. High school, I guess? High school wrestling? Okay, at least they could fucking... Some high school kids could take you, I guess, but still. You don't think so? No? All right, you're like, no, I've thought about this. You're not...
Jesus.
You're not assuaging my fucking trepidations about you coaching children with no background check. Have you ever been
What are you doing? What are you doing? What the fuck? Shut up. Stop talking, bro.
arrested or anything? Would anything been flagged on the background check? No. Nah, good guy.
Yeah, this guy's been arrested.
Okay, no, not yet, but soon. We're not off you yet. That's wild. One time I had a soccer coach. The reason I asked is because I had a soccer coach one time that no one else knew this. He was arrested. He tried to rob my church. So I'm in like 5th grade. Some guy was training to be a priest, and he robs our church. Like he tried to rob our church with this guy named Crazy Tommy. Which, if you're gonna have an accomplice to rob a church, maybe don't pick a guy who's named Crazy anything. You know what I mean? Like just a guy addicted to pills named Crazy Tommy. He's like, yeah, this is who we're gonna pull a fucking Ocean's 11 heist with. Is me, Crazy Tommy. So anyway, this guy got arrested for trying to steal from our church. He was disgraced, had to leave. And then 5 years later, he just shows up at my high school, and he's the JV soccer coach. And he kind of looks at me like, fucking chill out, dude. You know what I mean? Like,
oh my God.
And I was cool, you know what I mean? I'm not a fucking snitch. I don't give a fuck about the church can suck my dick as far as I'm concerned, So I'm like, I think it's actually pretty funny that he's there, right? Like that is... And now I got it. You know what I mean? I got him. I'm starting. You know what I mean? You better believe I'm playing heavy minutes with this knowledge. So it was a nice fucking situation we had going. But they had to hire him quickly, so they didn't do a background check.
Jesus.
And then later, he gave a kid pornography, but it wasn't like, here's how weird this guy was. It wasn't like, I guess, it wasn't to molest him. Like, it wasn't being sexually weird, which of course is horrible, but it's like, you'd think if someone's giving a kid porn, they're being weird. He wanted to win his approval. He had such low self-esteem that he gave a 14-year-old kid, regular pornography. Like to be like, dude, I'm fucking cool, dude. Check this out. You want to beat off? I love beating off. Ha ha ha. Here, check this out.
No.
And then everyone thought he
Trying to be a priest, by the way, bro.
was a pedophile and he got fired because my friend Brian told me, he was like, dude, you have to keep the secret. And I was like, there's no way I'm not telling everyone that this guy gave you porn on some loser shit. Like he wasn't even. So you didn't give any kids porn, did you? No. You thought about it? Did they respect? Maybe. Do they respect you? I hope so. Yeah, they probably don't. You know what I mean?
They probably don't.
That is funny though. I mean, there's nothing there. You do understand objectively, a guy who just got fired going back and telling them how good he was at a sport in high school. That's not like a man that commands respect. You understand that, right? And you went from jock to nerd because you went tech, right? So you got, you know what I mean? Like
I've been coaching for like 5 years.
Oh, so you got some coaching.
Overlap, yeah.
Overlap. Okay, you trying to get into the wrestling world now?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. All right. How long are you gonna be jobless? You think? Not too long.
It's looking bad.
Okay. It's looking bad? Are you also stupid at like coding? You're good. You're good at fixing up tanks. You're good. Yeah. You're good at that. Okay. Now your friend here was in. I understand you were in prison, my friend. Is that?
Just thrown under the bus, dude. Oh my gosh. All right. I'm pretty tired. I think that'll do it for tonight. I have a ton of editing to do tomorrow, but I'll be back. I'll be back Tuesday. Hope everyone has a good one. Thank you for the subs. I appreciate you. Take care. Drink water. Oh yeah, thank you. Bye.